You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. So, it is Memorial Day weekend, and I know a lot of you all, my core 200 that are listening on Memorial Day, are relaxing, hopefully, and just enjoying the day off, enjoying, time to be either with friends and family or by your damn self. I holidays like this, I don't really do too much. I mean, I have a cookout that I'm going to. I'm in Delaware with my fraternity. Our president is having like a barbecue situation, kickback vibe. And so I'll be there, Monday evening, relaxing and chilling. And so any opportunity not to cook, which I barely cook anyway, what am I talking about? But any opportunity not to feel the obligation to have to, prepare for a meal of some sort is always good. It's always a good time. I was thinking to myself, when was the last time I have cooked? Like cooking versus, heating something up. I mean, does that count? No? That's a good question. I don't know the last time I've actually cooked something. I've prepared things, I've heat things up, but yeah, no. Well, I have had people cook for me, so I will say that things are being cooked in my house. I'm just not the one cooking them. That makes sense. Okay, that works. But something else I was just thinking about was, yes, leftovers. A lot of you on the past used to say that you noticed that I've said this a couple of times, not often on the podcast, but some people have caught it, where I always mention that I really don't take leftovers home. And normally I like to eat everything in one setting. And a lot of the restaurants that I go to be honest, it's not really leftover, prepared. It's not like the food, and that might sound weird, right? You're like, well, when you go out to eat, you just take the stuff, whatever you ate, you just take it home. But it's not that easy, some dishes are not easy to transfer from the plate to go. I'm thinking about certain like dishes that I've had. Like I've had more multi-course meals that are like, these really small, delicate pieces, or, the way they open up, the way they're like certain types of dishes where they're like a dumpling and you open it, or even caviar, like transporting caviar or dishes with caviar. It just does not hit the same when you get home. The replating, the way in which it has to be done, some stuff is meant for you to eat in that setting and that's it. And so I will say that a lot of restaurants that I've gone to, it's not just a simple, okay, you got steak and potatoes. You can pack that up easily and take it home and reheat it. A lot of stuff is a little bit more intricate than that. And so that's the thing. But also, too, and this is what I've realized a lot of you all are doing, and it can literally kill you. And I'm not even joking. Like, I'm not being dramatic. I say this with the utmost level of maturity. There is a real science behind leaving food out. And I'm not talking about a day, but even hours. A couple of hours can make the difference between you getting seriously sick. And I've noticed that I don't get sick that often. Throughout my life, I maybe have had food poisoning or something of the ilk maybe 2 to 3 times I can remember my entire life. Like I can remember 3 times in my entire life that I had something that felt foodborne or whatever, right? That was connected to eating. And ironically, it was somewhat connected to leftovers. When I was really, really young, and I knew this, I was really young because my brother now is 22. My younger brother was turning maybe 5 or 4, and we went to Chuck E. Cheese. And I remember I was just, I don't know, the pizza was just, I just was hungry. I don't know. I was just eating so much of it. And maybe someone say, oh, you may got a tummy ache. But it wasn't a tummy ache situation. It was just something about, I don't know. It was Chuck E. Cheese pizza, but it was something about maybe it was undercooked or something. But I just remember having a terrible experience, afterwards. And it was like within 2 to 3 hours after consuming that pizza. So I don't think it was that I ate so much. I really do think it was undercooked. Something was off. But nonetheless, I remember what that felt like, There was another situation many years later. I was in college and there was a food truck situation, something I ate at a food truck. And I've been very wary to eat at food trucks since. Like I rarely eat anything off a food truck now. And I'm not saying that other people's food trucks are not sanitary. It's just that I'm trying to think the times I do. If I eat anything off a food truck, it's like normally I get a smoothie. Like I was at CCP teaching and they have some food trucks out there, but I got like a smoothie. I was like something that is very, I don't know, nothing that is on the grill. It has to be something that is, oh, they got some chips. I can get, something prepackaged or whatever, something snacky, but nothing too in depth. I don't know. That experience was wild too. And then did I have another experience somewhere? I think so a restaurant I went to, I don't even think it's open anymore. I had a situation and that was a couple years ago. So I would say it's been about 3 that I can recall in my entire life. But a lot of it, I think what's prevented me from having more is because I don't do leftovers. I'm very strong and I rarely take leftovers. Even recently, I tried to take something leftover home recently and I forgot. And my friends ended up helping me with it. They took it instead, which was fine. The food was good and they didn't get sick or anything. But I was thinking to myself, like, I'm not used to leftovers. Like I'm not, and I hate to waste food. And so normally what I do is I eat in the setting. Like I rarely ever waste food. Like I'm big on that. Like I'm big about food waste. And so I come from the mindset of whatever the portion that I order should be enough for me to be able to eat in that moment, that setting. I try to eat what I can in my setting. So like if I'm not that hungry, I'm not going to order anything crazy big. Like I don't have that mindset. There's some people that go out to eat and they purposely get big portions and have to pack stuff up and left over. But like, here's the problem with that. There's a level of maturity that you must have in making sure that when you're done, you make sure you put it in the fridge immediately. If you're not doing that, you can get sick. For real, for real. And what I mean by that is you got drunk. You went to dinner. You got drunk, you got tipsy, you came home, you left your leftovers, on the table and you ran to the bed or you fell asleep on the couch. And then you wake up and you want to eat that food. You will get sick. And in some cases you can die. There's a whole science and research, and I shared this on social, around pasta and rice. That there is literally a pasta rice, if you leave out pasta or you have leftover pasta or rice or whatever like that, and you have a rice dish or a bowl or a pasta dish or a bowl, and you leave it out for longer than 2 hours, that can easily, you can potentially, like, I'm not joking, you could potentially die, depending on your body chemistry or whatever. There's toxins that get exposed and released in that process of unfrigerization that can literally, with the cultures of your body or, whatever, can create a reaction that can really get you really fucked up. Some people might, some people may not, whatever. You might say to yourself, well, I did that once and I didn't, but it's very risky. And there are people who have died. There was a situation with a young woman who had fried rice or something like that. She left it out for a period of time and then she went back and ate it or something of that nature and died. And it was connected to that. And that's a real thing. And so as somebody who's, covered the restaurant industry, have to understand food preparation and things like that, just understand the business as a journalist, I learned a lot about how people like eating, like a lot of things, as a journalist in the food. Like it wasn't just about, oh, what tastes good, what tastes bad, but understanding the science of food and cooking food and preparing food. And, a lot of people who have all these, situations where they talk about, oh, I can't eat this and this upsets my stomach and this, that. It's a lot of it is like, are you eating it properly? Did you heat it up properly? Did you leave it out too long? Um, are you eating the wrong combination of foods? Like, I know a lot of times when people go out to eat, they'll look at a chef and say, why is this chef not putting this with this? I want this side to go with this meat. There is a whole science around certain types of acids in food that don't go good together stomach wise. That you might be like, oh, I'm used to eating this with this, but with that type of sauce or that type of preparation, it's actually not good to eat that with that dish. And so I learned a lot around, like, restaurants are tough to own, right? Fine dining restaurants, a lot of times when you're wondering why there are a lot of basic restaurants, because a lot of chefs don't want to think about all of the science and the chemistry around what types of foods go together, what type of foods you can't combine. Because again, we're talking about allergic reactions, we're talking about dietary restrictions, we're talking about a lot of that stuff. And people just don't care. A lot of you all are not educating yourselves on food composition and a lot of that. And then you wonder why you're having certain type of dietary restrictions, why your lactose situation may be being upped a notch because of certain things that you're eating that don't go together. Oh yes, science matters. Dietary nutrition matters. And in this day and age, with all this stuff happening right now with FDA and who's running our Food and Beverage Administration and what kind of government we have right now, you might want to take some time to really educate yourself on the types of proteins you eat, what combines with that, how long you should leave something out, how long you should refrigerate something. When I started finding out about this a couple years ago, I just was like, you know what? I'm not even going to play with it. Like, I'm not going to play with leftovers. Like, even some of you all who do your meal prep. And I get on my husband about this sometimes. Like, he'll cook something, in the air fryer, and then he'll just, crash. I'm like, sir, these cannot be left out for longer than an hour. You need to I will put them up. He'll get mad. He'll be like, that didn't go with that. I'm like, I don't care. You can't leave food out for a period of time. Because if you do, bacteria stuff formulates. So I'm really big on that. And I don't want to waste food either. Like, if you make a big batch of something for meal prep and then you say, oh, I'm going to let it cool or whatever. Listen, you got to immediately make sure you put that in something, cover it, and put it in the fridge. You might think you're going to be okay, but nowadays, with all the ways in which we're seeing people pass away, we're seeing all types of freak incidents, you don't want to risk it. And don't risk it with food at all, because food is what you put in your body. And it's funny because a lot of people will sit around here and put all these little, I don't eat that, everybody knows those couple of people in your circle. They act like they're very mindful about what they eat and this and the third, and they play around like, I don't eat pork, I don't eat beef. Now, no disrespect to people who don't eat these things, because some people do it for religious reasons, and I respect people's faith. But there's certain people that really get real anal about it. Like, it's one thing to say, look, I don't eat pork because, it's my religious faith, and of course, that matters, right? Or, look, I can't eat nuts because I have an allergic reaction, and that can really create, a situation, right? We all of that is valid. I'm not talking about that. But there are some folks that will play like, oh, I don't eat this because, blah, 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 blah. I heard this will give you mad, blah, blah, blah. But then he's the same person that will boom, boom, boom. You had that risky sexual experience the other day, but you're telling me about you not going to eat this type of meat? Let me stop. I'm not judging. I'm just saying, some people be like, oh, you don't know what you put in your body. But then it's like, but I'm keeping it, this is a very, I don't want this podcast to, just understand what I'm saying and all my ums and my hms, because you know what I'm talking about. You know what, you might have those friends that they will have a line. They will draw the ultimate line when it comes to food, right? Oh, I can't eat that. That will do this and that. And they have all these very crazy particulars about food, this and this and this. But then when you look at other aspects of this life that they're trying to say is a well-balanced wellness life, you say, well, okay, so you don't eat this. You got these crazy, ignorant, misinformed, crazy conspiracy theories about this, and this, and this, and this, right? Fine. But then I look at other things you're doing in your life, and I'm just like, so how do you not, but you're going to do hookah? Oh, okay, interesting. The vegan who says, "Oh, I'm careful about what I'm putting in my body," is literally telling me how they love hookah. And I'm not judging people for doing hookah because it is your body, is your right, whatever, your body, your choice, that is real. But I'm just like, Now listen, I'm just saying, you just gotta be consistent. Gotta be consistent, people. Gotta be consistent. That's all I'm saying. You gotta be consistent. You gotta be consistent. Because, okay, you done sat up and made sure all of your other organs and things are great. But maybe that's how you offset it. So I don't do hookah. I don't smoke hookah. And I don't judge people who do hookah. But I didn't read about hookah. Like, listen, when I was very young in college, it was the thing. Like, I felt like it was a thing like 10, 15 years ago. It was like the thing. Everybody was doing hookah. Every party. And then when I started hearing about hookah, I never was into vaping. I never did the vaping thing. But vaping that's a lot too. But when I heard about the vaping and the hookah, when I started reading about it, I was like, oh shit. Shoot, I don't smoke cigarettes. Damn, with the way in which that goes, I should have had a cigarette. I don't smoke cigarettes. I've never been into cigarettes based on the smell alone. But I'm just thinking to myself, a lot of times when people say don't do this one thing, but then you find out all the other things they're doing, you're like, well, that's the issue. That might be playing a role. You ever thought about that? Like, if you're gonna do it all, or be mindful about how you position, you know? Yeah, I drink alcohol. I mean, I do, but I'm not aggressive like I used to when I was younger. Like, you go to the party, you used to go to bar to bar and be 2-3 drinks, whatever. But like now, a cute cocktail at dinner, one is fine. A glass of wine, And it's funny because I do more wine drinking than I do cocktail drinking as much. I'll go to an event or something and have a cocktail, but like, it's not as aggressive as it used to be. And then people say, oh, well, you get older, what they say, Gen Zers and younger millennials are not drinking like they used to. It's not that. It's just that it's more so of, am I doing it because I want to do it, or am I doing it because I feel like it's just like a conditional thing, like a social condition. Like if you're at a bar, I see, this is how I operate. If you're at a bar and you don't drink, don't go to a bar. If you go to a bar, get a drink. I'm not saying I got to binge drink and have 5,000 drinks, but I think to a certain extent, I think that's the thing about environmental things, of like recognizing, well, if I go to few bars, then I will drink less. And so I don't go to bars as much as I used to, which means I drink less by default. Now I do love a good event party. Now see, what gets me now is the events that have open bars. I love a bit with open bar. But funny enough, I find myself drinking less at open bars than when I'm not at open bar. Maybe because the mindset of abundance make me feel like I don't have to feel like I need to do the most. At least that's for me. Like if I go to a buffet, I find myself, I don't eat less at a buffet, but I don't eat excessively more at a buffet either. I think just the mere presence of it, just having the options, allow me to feel the sense of fullness. There must be a science to this, but I find myself eating less or average at a buffet. I don't feel like I'm doing the most at a buffet compared to it. And I think that's why buffets actually economically work in some cases. But there are some people that do pile up. Like they go ham at a buffet. I don't find myself in those situations. But I think it's a psychology thing. It depends on if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. Whether you there, whatever the case is. I find myself in those situations. Interesting enough. But yeah, I think with leftovers in this food culture, just take the time. Pasta, rice dishes, just my own personal piece of advice. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a dietitian, I'm none of those things. But personally, if you can avoid because even with the whole idea of leftovers, right? And I've seen this too. I'm just thinking about the times in which I've had friends have situations with eating. Okay, you go out to a restaurant on a date. Let's say you have this nice dinner. You got pasta, because a lot of you all like that pasta, right? You got some rice dish or something like that. You ate it, and then you put it to go. Now, are you going back home immediately? No. Did you go to a bar for a nightcap? That's 2 hours. Did you go to the club that night and left your stuff in the car and then got home and put it in the fridge? What did you do? Because even if it's not a rice or pasta dish, if you leave out any food unrefrigerated for more than 4 hours, it's supposed to go away in the trash. A lot of people are not doing that. A lot of people think they can get away. And to be clear, in some cases, you may not necessarily get the foodborne illness that might happen, but you push yourself at extreme risk if you do. And you don't know. You don't know. You don't know if that might be the one particular dish or the way it's prepared, especially if you're getting it in different types of cook. Like if you got a steak that is done medium rare, or you do medium on the steak, then if you leave it out for a period of time, it gets even, because that is that's a partially cooked meat. That might get you real sick because there's still a little bit of rawness there that could manifest into some type of bacteria or whatever that can get you sick. A lot of you all are not eating your food well done, as you should not. But if you're having if you're having something that has produce connected to it, vegetables, garlic, onions, other things, you know that these are in many ways a form of a plant. And if you leave a plant out, it gets soggy. It can get all types of things. Something in me just tells me to say this to people, especially since a lot of you all are about to do cookouts. You all about to start going to cookouts. You're about to start going to food festivals and there's going to be some picnics and some things coming up. A lot of you all, I just think it's that time of the year. It's always a time of the year, but this particular time, a lot of y'all going back outside, like full throttle. A lot of you all are about to start going to some cookouts and taking some leftovers and boxing some stuff up. Listen, if it's been out for longer than 2 hours and you're not putting the leftover in someone's fridge while you out in the house, you better eat it in that setting and be done, because it gets a little weird. Stuff lingers. And it might be the reason why you might have a stomach ache, or you might have an aversion to something. You might not even be allergic to whatever the thing you think you're allergic to. You might have just had a bad reaction because you ate it left out. You ate leftover version of it. So, I don't know. Something in me just said I should just vent about this, because I've just noticed a lot of people having certain tummy aches and situations lately. And I'm just like, is it really that the food is being cooked bad, or are you eating leftovers, or are you just not, watching the room temperature of food? Like, it's a whole science to it. And to be real with you all, if you're going to nice restaurants, and this is another piece of advice, just, take it or leave it. But if you're going to a nice restaurant, try as much as possible not to substitute whatever is on those dishes. I've talked to chefs over the years, and it's just, there's a reason why that starch may not be on that dish. If there, like, for example, if there's something that is being served with beans instead of for rice, there's a reason why. It might be a reason why they're going with the lentils versus going with some type of rice. There might be a reason why, chemically, like a flavor, not just about flavor and taste, or being cheap or not being cheap. There might be a composition there of, like, they know this starch reacting with this type of protein will create nausea, or could create a level of, like, discomfort for certain stomachs. Like, there's a science to some of these menus, is what I'm saying. And those who don't work in the restaurant industry, the food industry, I'm not like, I'm not a chef or anything, but I'm not explaining it the most elevated, most scholarly way possible. But hear me when I tell you that when a chef makes a menu at a really good restaurant, when I say there's a science to it, I'm not just meaning, on a curation level. I'm talking actual food biology. Like, there is a literal science to it. And when people try to alter, and that's why when some restaurants say no substitutions, it's because they don't want to be liable for whatever happens to you based off of that change. They don't want to be, they don't want to be like, this person ate this duck with this, and they asked for this egg to be on the side of it, right? And mixing those things together might create a reaction in your system that might be whatever. That's even why sometimes chefs will do wine pairings with certain foods to make sure that yes, it is a flavor profile thing, but it's also recognizing, okay, certain things don't go well. Like, for example, there's a reason why white wine and seafood go hand in hand. I don't really like white wine. So oftentimes there are certain red wines that can pair with seafood, or I make the decision, maybe I just don't have red wine. I don't drink wine tonight because with this seafood dish I want to eat, it will go well with a white wine. I don't like white wine, but I'm not going to mix a red wine with that, and it could create a situation that stomach wise or digestion wise might be a problem. So I just have to opt out of it. A lot of times people want to force things, and that's why they have the problems they have. Like, I remember one time I was at an event, and I digress. But I remember there was a girl who she just likes sparkling wine. That's like her thing. And what's horrible, she didn't drink champagne. She wanted Moscato. And she wanted to have Moscato with something on it was like a fried fish. It was like a fried fish and chips dish or whatever. And she wanted to have it with Moscato. And I looked and I almost glared, and it was bad because I just was like, are you serious? But nonetheless, the chef was like, well, would you want to have a champagne? She's like, oh, that's too dry. I like something sweet. But he was like, well, I don't necessarily know if this is a good pairing with this. And she just was persistent on it because that's what she liked. And the weird thing is like, look, you can like those things individually, but combined, are they good together? Probably not. And so, interesting enough, she did get the Moscato. He just like, fine, it's your body, whatever. Got on the Moscato, she had it, whatever. Later that day, I remember she did an Instagram story and she was being a really nasty critic. And she just said, she's just like, oh, the fish wasn't good, and the Moscato. And I really wanted to message her. I didn't, because people get funny. And sometimes you just have to recognize whatever, some people, to each their own. But I really want to message her and say, let me say something, you dumb bat. This person, the chef tried to tell you that was not a good combo. You now have a bad stomach ache and you want to act like it's food poisoning. It's probably not food poisoning. Calm down, relax. But Moscato with fried fish and chips is not the best combo that you should have. I'm sorry that you have a basic bat, okay, taste, okay? I'm being very nice right now, but I was so annoyed because the food was great. That restaurant, I'm not going to name the restaurant. I'm not going to do all that. But it was a very good restaurant. I'm a big fan of them. They're very consistent. And I was so annoyed because I was like, you made that a bad experience. Like, you deviated from the menu. And you also just don't have, and see, this is the problem. We're letting too many people, influencers, different folks who don't have the education, don't have the level of respect for culinary cuisine, into these spaces where they want to alternate things to their liking, but they just want the aesthetic. Well, just be a fucking marketer. Just take pictures. But you don't got to be someone that has to review, because you don't have the taste nor the range or the palate to actually be able to really inform people. Because a real individual who understands food chemistry, the science of it, would never pair Moscato with fish and chips. And then you're shocked because you're not feeling that well hours later. Because you're eating like, I won't say a toddler, but you're eating like a brat, like an internet person, like a person that just is like a 5-year-old that's like, what does this taste like with this? Oh, I really like this. I want to have this with this just because. Because you want to take a picture. You don't even like champagne, but you want to pretend that you had champagne. So you got the Moscato in the glass to pretend you're drinking champagne, which Moscato and champagne are two different things. We don't even have to get into all that. But you did this to give this flex. And interesting enough, if it would have been champagne, it would have been fine, actually. Like champagne with fried fish, it's actually okay. But Moscato, that's a dessert wine, sweetie. And that's also very sweet. And it's not champagne at all. So I digress. But I say all this to say, if you're a picky eater, I don't want to be that person. But stop going to these restaurants. Stop. If you're a picky eater, cook your own fucking food. Or go to the most standard restaurants Because, yeah, I just, it's a pet peeve. It's a pet peeve. It's a pet peeve. It's a pet peeve. So this past week, so there's a lot. So last time we left off, I was in Baltimore. Mr. Johnson was just about to graduate. He's officially graduated. He's mastered it. It was a great time. We went to two great restaurants in Baltimore. We went to Charleston and we went to Bygone, which were both fabulous restaurants in their own right. Great food, great ambiance, very different in their whole aesthetic, but remarkable nonetheless. Bygone is owned by the Atlas Restaurant Group, which also owns Lock Bar here in Philadelphia and also the Lock Bar in Baltimore, of course. They own a lot of restaurants. And I went to Bygone with the Lip Brothers a couple years ago, and we turned up and we turned out. And we went to the nightclub portion of it, but we did not have the full fancy dinner experience that we had this past last Monday. Mr. Johnson and I went Dr. Parks and Joe and his good friend Amber, who we went to their wedding last November, Amber's wedding with Liz. And she's also getting her doctorate from Johns Hopkins, and she graduates in 2026. So it's a lot of Johns Hopkins. And it's Johns Hopkins. I always say Johns Hopkins because I'm just like, Johns? Who put a... Well, listen, it was back in the day. So Johns Hopkins. Thank you all for telling me that. Like, I'm just like 2 S's on it. Johns Hopkins. I know, it's so weird. But the graduation was nice. It was a nice day. It did not rain. It did not pour. It was a really good evening, a really good dinner across the board. Charleston, which was on Sunday evening, was the 25-time James Beard nominee. It has never won a James Beard Award, but it's been nominated like 25 times, which is wild to me. Like, give them the damn award. Like, but there was a nice restaurant. They have a really good tasting menu situation where you can, pick how many courses you want. And they have like so many options, which was even more impressive because like they had a beef Wellington special. They had a lump crab gratin special. It was just, they did a great job. It was a really good time. And then Bygone was fabulous as well. At a pork loin, they had caviar service, oysters. They had these really great cocktails that were really well portioned. It was great. It was a really good time. And I really like Baltimore. I like Baltimore to travel. Every time I go to Baltimore, I feel like I always have a good time. And it doesn't feel, I know there's all this talk about, oh, what part of Baltimore this. Honestly, I'm really much normally in Baltimore. I'm near the harbor. I'm near Pendry. I stay oftentimes at the Royal Sonesta. That's been my go-to hotel. I think it's because I get those Marriott. Is it Marriott? No. It's my American Airlines miles. I can transfer my miles into hotel points that I can use to get hotel rooms. And I actually would prefer doing that, getting hotels through my miles than actually getting flights. I think personally, and this is because we're in this travel mode, personally, I find that if you're somebody who's really big, if you're really into the game like I am, like I have thousands upon thousands of airline miles. Like the travel that I do, I rack those miles up. Like I've had like 360,000 miles. What I've learned through time is that it's better to use those miles within the hotel points programs that these places have. Like, I don't know. Like if you have American on Air Advantage, or if you have, what is it? Delta, what's the other one? United. If you keep up with your miles and you do the point system, which I've done faithfully for over 2 years. Like I have 2 credit cards. I use them for my miles, my points. I'm really big on it because I think that it does pay off, but it only pays off if you do it the right way. And so if you're saving miles for trips, like to take flights, I don't think it's worth it personally. I don't think it's worth it. I think you're better off, finding a good rate, playing around with the times of travel. It's the amount of, first of all, the amount of flights and the amount of money you spend flying and all the things you do. When you find out how much to convert flights and miles for certain things would be when it comes to actually trying to do other flights, you will feel like you're getting ripped off. For a fact. You will realize, wow, I got to use this many miles for this trip. No, you would be better off buying it with your own money, the amount that you would spend. What I mean by that is in comparison to, let's say, hotels. I have found that I have saved more money using my miles for hotel rooms than using it for other things. So, for example, when I went with the Lit Brothers to Chicago for Cowboy Carter, I was able to use my miles for the hotel. I paid for the flight. The flight wasn't even that bad from Chicago to Philly. It was reasonable. I did that. But mentally, knowing that my hotel was covered or included because I used my miles instead for the hotels, it was more bang for my buck. Like when I was looking, like there were certain hotel rooms, they were like, oh, only 10,000 miles a night. And that was if I used I used all of my miles versus, oh, I could use 5,000 of my miles. And then if I use 5,000 of my miles plus spend some money for the room, what would be the cost difference? Y'all, I was able to only spend, how much was it I spent? I did 2 nights in Chicago. I spent, for the hotel I was at, which was a really nice hotel, I spent 10,000 of my miles for 2 nights at this really nice hotel and only came out of pocket $50 per night to stay. Now, if I wanted to use all of if I didn't want to spend for anything for that hotel room, right? It would have cost me about 40,000 miles for 2 nights without spending any money. But I like to do like a little bit of a partial pay. So what I do is I use some of my miles, but I use the miles to reduce on how much I want to spend per night. So there are some hotels, y'all, that will be like, that room initially was like $350 a night was how much it initially costed. But I, with my miles, was able to only spend $50 a night and also only use 10,000 of my miles. So the ratio was ratioing in a way that I was able to see the benefit of it. But that's with the hotels. Those miles in the air, different. Very different. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Let me tell you all, those miles are meant to be used for hotels. They're not meant to be used for other flights. Don't do it. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. The real trap, I'm putting y'all on some game because I'm in the miles game. Like I'm deep. I'm in a point where I have the new lounges that's happening right now for American Airlines. There's all these new like programs and lounges. Like I got one of the cards. I'm the new lounge in Philadelphia. I'll be checking out in this summer. Finally, I get to go. I get to see the new lounge. I've been traveling in Philly, but that new lounge wasn't ready yet. But now I can. And guess what? I'm not paying per night. I have the Admiral Club credit card from American Express. That is my black card. That's my baby. I use that. I get to go to the Admiral's Club as a member no matter what flight I'm on, no matter what the circumstance is. I highly recommend it. If you are thinking about upgrading a card, I feel like the airlines have been super nice lately because they really want people to be back on planes because everybody's been a little weird traveling because of everything that's been going on. Especially Newark. I will never go to the New York airport, no, to any time. So if I can avoid Newark, I will. Just saying. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. If you can avoid it if you can. Or just train out. Take a train to the airport that you want to go to. But I don't know. Newark got too much going on. And I just wouldn't be rolling the dice. I think it's gotten better. Maybe it's gotten better. But I was just hearing all types of stories about how they only had one ground traffic controller working all the flights. The one person? Nah, that's not efficient. That's not efficient. And that's unacceptable, to be honest. That's unacceptable. An entire airport, all these millions and millions of dollars, that's unacceptable. At some point, the airport needs to close down or you all need to move, transfer, or do something. Call some people that's in Jersey City or somebody in Camden. Get some other people. Atlantic. We got no other airports out here, and y'all ain't got no other airports out in Jersey. Get some people because that's a lot. That is a lot. But nonetheless, yeah, I would just say use those miles for hotels. That is what I've been doing for the past several years. I have used my miles for hotels because I have gotten more bang for my buck. And also being mindful about how you use them, right? Because what I like about the partial pay is sometimes with hotel rooms, I don't want to drop 40. I don't want to use all of my miles. But there may be a hotel room where you look and you're like, look, I don't want to spend $400 a night. I don't want to spend $350 a night. But if I could spend $50 a night for this nice hotel, I'll do that and use some miles. Yeah, or $100. That's not bad. I could do that. If it's a really nice hotel. Yeah, I could do that a night. That's reasonable, And also the option of getting a double bed and different things like that. Like it's just such a cool way to do it. And then let me tell you this too. Here's another one. Now, I don't have this. I haven't done this, but for friends, some of you all who are like with homegirls or siblings, or you on a trip with some friends and you want to share hotel rooms, this might be the new cool thing to do. If you got a friend that you're on a trip when you got miles and, your friend is like, oh, let's split a room or whatever, you might do the partial pay where you could put your rent, you could put your miles on the table and then say, hey, it's only going to cost $50 per room. Just give me the $50 difference or the $100, $75 difference per night for your room, which would be way cheaper than if you all were to split hotel costs without miles being involved. Just another way of thinking. But I don't know that tourism and travel and all that, it is a thing. It is a thing. I do travel more and also just have recognized just being efficient. Like nice things. I'm all about nice things. I think people deserve nice stuff. And I'm not even going to use the word luxury because at this point, the word luxury is just everybody's making everything luxury. I'm like, it's not luxury, y'all. It's just something nice. Everything is not luxurious. I hate the word bougie because people don't use it properly. It's like everything is not fun. And then people change their voices when they talk. I'm like, y'all, grow up. Like everything is not really luxury, to be honest. Some stuff is just like, hey, it's just a nice time. It is not the most elite thing. And I might sound a little, but really, I think this economy sadly has made people think the most professional or astute things are something that is 1%. And I've seen this culture when I hear a lot of people, Gen Zers, but not even Gen Zers, even millennials, but like folks who talk about the working class and poverty, that people have a very distorted reality around economics. Is it that things are super luxurious, or are we just in an economy where people are just being underpaid, right? And I think that's the reality. I think that there is a lot of wealth depletion. There's a lot of exploitation of labor that now things that are just being charged what they should be charged now feels even more expensive because people are not being paid proper wages. It's not to say that now it feels like, oh, if I go to a restaurant that has a white tablecloth and silverware, fancy. Is it fancy, or is it just like, hey, this is what a decent restaurant looks like? But because of the economics that we're now in, folks are now over glamorizing and over embellishing what used to be just standard experiences, but now they're being treated like they're novelties based on the economic status that we're currently in. I hope this makes sense. But I've seen it. And so for someone like myself, where, look, I've been fortunate enough to not be financially impacted at the same level as others in this economy, where it feels as though people feel like, wow, this is very fancy and super nice. And I'm like, it's nice. No, it's nice, but it's not Michelin star. A lot of these places people are thinking, I mean, people's distortion of like, what is 5-star, what is James Beard, what is Michelin star is on an extreme level. Like, I've gone to some restaurants lately, and there are people who just won't go in because of the look of something. They think, oh, I know you spent hundreds here. I'm like, no, y'all, this was not that expensive. And even outside of that, it's just like what we think the looks of things are. Like, oh, this person takes me to this restaurant. They're thinking it's going to cost X amount. And it's like, no, it isn't. It does not. But people's warped sense of cost and expenses have made them think that everything is more than what it really is. Some things are. And some people are doing the most, right? But a lot of places are not that bad. And so what I would encourage people to do is take some time to go on these websites. Take some time to look at some menus online. Like, take some time to actually look at the cost of things. You'll be surprised that it's not as detrimental or as over the top as you might think it is. Some cases. You might say, really? So I'll give you an example. So I went to Charleston. Very nice restaurant, right? The restaurant I was talking about earlier. They have a 3-course menu for $99. Now, to some extent, 3-course meal, $100. Listen, if you're trying to compare it to some, Chili's or Applebee's, yeah, that's expensive, right? But if you're actually talking about a standard go to a restaurant, how much do you think it costs to go to a fine dining restaurant that is not necessarily, again, not Michelin star over the top, but also just a standard restaurant? That's about average. So when I talk about mathematics, right, we're talking, okay, if you're going to a restaurant, how much do y'all think going to a restaurant costs if you include drinks? Should it be $500? No. For a couple? No, shouldn't be that much. Should it be $300? That's a little bit on the pricier end, but that's including drinks and other things. It might be that much, maybe, around that. But I would say on average, roughly $200 if you're on a date. You're going out to dinner with somebody in this day and age, around $200, $250 if you're drinking. And what I mean by that is, are you doing multiple courses? Are you doing an appetizer situation? Are you doing a main course situation? Are you doing dessert? Are you having some cocktails and things in between? $200, $250 for 2 adults that drink is about how much it costs to go out to a nice restaurant. And I'm not saying, and when I mean nice restaurant, I'm not saying Olive Garden. I mean, if you go to Olive Garden, that's different, right? It's going to be different, right? Outback, again, that's different if you're going there. But if you're going to a standard nice restaurant that is, that's going to have a wine, a wine list, right? That's going to have several course options. Yeah, about $200 to $250 is a good price range to consider if you're going out for 2. If you're going to a, BYOB, the cost range might differ, right? If you're going to the best restaurant in Philadelphia, the top 5 best restaurants in Philadelphia, you might want to, that's going to be a little different. But if you're going to a standard restaurant, a really standard nice steakhouse or Italian restaurant where, it's not BYOB, there's wine, there's liquor and cocktails, $200, $250 is a reasonable price to pay. If you're going through the rounds, I'm talking, you're doing, an appetizer situation, you're doing a good main course situation, you might do an additional add-ons, and you might do dessert, and you're doing, a cocktail and wine in between. Yeah, it's going to cost around $200, $250, I would say. Is that including tax and tip? Maybe not yet. Maybe not. Maybe so. But it depends, right? That's a reasonable cost. And that's before inflation and shit too. But that's a reasonable cost if you're going out in this day and age. That's not, are you, some people can do that every week. Some people can do that once a month. If you're married and you say, look, I want to go on a couples, let's do that once a month. Let's do a nice date night somewhere once a month. My life is a little different. Don't even compare. We're not even talking about me. But you might say a standard once a month date night you and your boo say, look, we want to go out once a month, a really nice evening out. That might be the situation. So I always say, that is that over the top? Is that crazy? No. Growing up, I think about my parents and people I knew, that was a standard situation. And so we got to stop thinking that the most basic essential things or the things, the experiences that we do is something that is like so ridiculously luxurious. I think to me, going on trips all the time and going out the country and feeling like you got to go on somebody's vacation every month, that to me, that's a lot, in my opinion. Like you going, you in a boo catching a flight to go to the Bahamas every month, or you going to Dominican or Puerto Rico every month, and you not retirement age. That's a little luxurious. Could I do that? Yes. I'm just not that person. But I also think to the same time, it's like how you define those experiences though. But when people saying things are expensive, like I be like, the same people that say, and it's also about taste is subjective, right? The same people that might say, oh, going to this restaurant, I don't really need to go to a fancy restaurant. I don't want to, they don't value fine dining, whatever. They might think it's crazy to spend $250 to go to dinner. But these are the same people that will catch flights and go on trips to the Bahamas and go out of pocket for that kind of stuff every other month. And I'm just like, so it's not that you don't have the money or or things are expensive. It's just that you just don't prioritize that thing. Like, I just think traveling every month, like on trips like that abroad, is exhausting to me. Like, just the mindset of, oh, I gotta get on a plane. I gotta do this. I gotta book this. That's exhaustion. That just feels like a lot of labor for me. Like, even when I go to Martha's Vineyard, like even planning Martha's Vineyard and doing that for a week, it's nice. It's worth it. I do enjoy my time there. But just coordinating that, I'm like, that's all you're gonna get from me for a trip a year. Like, just doing that and making sure that hits off right, that's a lot of work. I could imagine doing that every other month or every month, going somewhere and trying to make an itinerary for all that. That's just a lot. I'm a staycation gal. Like, put me in a nice hotel in my city or nearby, whether it's Baltimore or Atlantic City. Put me in a nice ass hotel for a weekend, throw some restaurants in there, and that's all I need. But again, to each their own. Some people love planning crazy destination trips on a regular basis. Me, I just, look, one good trip somewhere familiar, that's all I need. That's the science for me. But yeah, lots of updates on traveling and things. But no, moving along though, because I know summer's coming. A lot of you always asking for recommendations on travel and trips. And a lot of times my Instagram DMs, a lot of times y'all be asking me, oh, where should I go? Where should I do? And I'm like, let me just take some time in this episode to get you all ready for your summer previews and everything of that nature and some good advice along the way. So I went to go see Some Like It Hot at the Forest Theater. Jamarcus and I went, my lit brother, and George was there too with his husband, and we had a good time. We went to see it. It is a Broadway musical that's inspired by a famous movie that had Marilyn Monroe in it. And of course, the legendary, this was like a classic. I mean, Some Like It Hot. I remember Some Like It Hot. I hadn't seen it at first, but it was a 1959 film. This movie came out like 60 years ago, and it's a classic. I mean, it's got Jack Lemmon. It's got Marilyn Monroe. Billy Wilder directed it. It was a classic. And so they've done a film about it. A lot of people say Some Like It Hot is Marilyn Monroe's like greatest film ever, which I agree. I watched the movie earlier this week, and then I saw the musical, and they're very different. I mean, on so many different levels. In Some Like It Hot, the musical version, there is a racial element to it. One of the actors is is black, and they lean into that diversity with Speakeasy in Chicago and the culture of it. And they lean into a conversation around queerness and all of those elements in it that Some Like It Hot, it was a 1959 film. So, imagine what that meant. But it just carried a different type of energy. So the original film had Jack Lemmon and Tony Curtis in it with Marilyn Monroe. And it just hits different. It's a great film, but the musical is even more electrifying and great. And it's at the Forest Theater right now. So if you are looking for a good musical, and this is a part of Ensemble Arts, which I have to learn not to say Kimmel. It's Ensemble Arts Philly, Kimmel Center, Old Kimmel Center, or Kimmel Center Cultural Arts. Remember when they called it Kimmel, when they tried to call it the Kimmel Cultural Campus, and that just was really weird. And then it was a Kimmel Center, then it was Kimmel Cultural Campus, which was just even more weird. And now it's just simply Ensemble Arts. So it's Ensemble Arts. But yeah, Some Like It Hot is out now. I did enjoy it. It was a great time. It was a reception before cocktails. Just a great party. It was a great party. But just a musical, just a really good musical from beginning to end. And Jamarcus and I both loved it a lot. It was a great time to be had. The Wiz is coming very soon too, so stay tuned for that. I look forward to going to go see The Wiz. I've seen it already, but it's now on its national tour to Philadelphia. So for those who are looking for a good time, check out The Wiz. But until then, check out Some Like It Hot, which is really fun. I went to Philadelphia Distilling. They now have I think their summer cocktails are now out. The ones I just tried. They have a new slate of cocktails that are coming out for summer. They're beating the summer rush. Summer cocktail season is here. It's not summer yet. We got a couple of weeks before summer. But people are already giving us the previews. So I went there. They have this strawberry shortcake, clarified milk cocktail. To be clear, there's no dairy in the cocktail, but it's a certain way that is being prepared that gives it that taste. And there's ways that you can play with certain liquor, certain syrups, certain things, certain elements to give the flavor of something and the consistency of something without actually applying the element. It's a science to cocktails. And it's one of those sciences where you got to make sure that there's a balance between the taste of something versus the texture of something. And I can't describe the phenomenon, but it's just so fucking good. But I like clarifying milk cocktails, and it's transformational in texture, flavor, all of that. Yeah, you have to have one. Try one. If you go to a nice bar, and a really nice bar, not like one of these like hole in the wall bars, but if you go to a place that they really are invested and you can find a place that makes a clarifying milk cocktail, I want you to try it. I want you to have the experience that I have with it. It's such a unique thing. And Philadelphia Distilling, in Philadelphia, they of course are the distillery for Blue Coat Gin, which is my favorite gin. They make clarifying milk cocktails. They always have one on their menu. Different flavors, different takes or whatever, but they are just really great at it. And R&D Bar in Fishtown, they also make clarifying milk punches, and it is really good as well. So try one if you have not. That's my homework for you. Try a clarifying milk punch or cocktail. And again, it's not about milk. A lot of you are like, I'm lactose intolerant, I can't drink it. Don't think of milk like it's nothing. You will not see the milk. You will not taste the milk. It is a very interesting experience. Just take the word milk out your mind. Like, don't think of milk when I say this. And there's a lot of drinks like that where they'll say something like, this is this, but it's like not that. Like, for example, Chicken of the Sea, right? Which we know Jessica Simpson had a struggle with that one time, right? It was Chicken of the Sea. It was tuna, y'all. There was no chicken involved. But they said that because it was a way of describing how good it was. It was like chicken of the sea. This tuna is so good, you'll think it's chicken, and it's not chicken. But people thought that there was some type of chicken element involved in chicken of the sea. No, it was just straight up tuna. There was no chicken. It was just a reference point. And so sometimes there's certain dishes that you'll eat that will say something is one thing and it will not have that thing in it, but it just sounds good, right? So yeah, I will give it that. I will definitely give it that for sure. Another one is, I think of like when people talk about there's certain Jamaican food, right? That will say peas and rice, but it's really not peas. It's not like actual peas. It's a certain type of, beans or whatever, but they would say, peas and rice and peas or whatever, but it's not like peas. It's just a reference that they say in Jamaican culture with that type of cuisine. It's actually types of beans actually, that is being used. It's not actually the peas that you're thinking of. So yeah, I'm just going off, but I'm just thinking about like how people, like, even when I was, okay, so I will tease myself for 5 seconds. When I was very, very young, like 4 years old, hot dogs, I thought that there was dogs, like the wiener dogs, Oscar Mayer wieners, those like cute little wiener dogs. I thought they were being used for hot dogs. Listen, I was like 3, 4 years old, but I used to think that hot dogs were made from actual dogs when I was very, very young. And I couldn't unsee it. And I think it was a lot going on because I remember 101 Dalmatians, when they were trying to kill the dogs for coats. I thought that was the same way they were doing everything else. Like, people kill cows for leather and steak and other things. I thought that there were some dogs, and specifically the wiener dogs, because that's what I used to say, hot dog wieners. I thought that they were actually killing those dogs to create hot dogs. Because I didn't understand. Like, if it was beef, it would be darker. It would be a look. If it was pork, it would be like, I just did not understand it at first. And I knew that hot dogs, like for example, sausages, right? I knew there was a difference between a sausage dog because of the fact that they were like those big old sausages. But like, it didn't hit me that hot dogs were in that same vein. A hot dog, we eat hot dogs all the time. Some of us do. And not one time do we ever say, why do we call it a dog? Why is there a reference to a canine? And there's no canine in it. Just saying. Just food for thought. There's a lot of things that we eat that have these names that don't belong to the things that they belong to. The more you know. I mean, I can go down the list. We could talk about tilapia, but we're not going to go there. That's another conversation for another day. But what the fuck is tilapia? Just saying. Question mark, question mark. But anyway, moving on. Mr. Johnson took me out on Sunday night to a really nice restaurant. I spun the block, as the kids say, or as myself and Candace say. I spun the block and went to Alice, which I haven't been to in a long time. And I remembered how much I love Alice and what in just the restaurant, the vibe. I went to Alice. It's in South Philly. It's on Christian Street. And it's a really good restaurant that I feel like a lot of people, they know about it, and people who know about it love it, and then there's people who just don't. And I want to remind people of just how good this restaurant is, because I don't want people to sleep on it. But it is. It is a very great seasonal new American restaurant that is having fun. They have a love for seafood, lots of great seafood options. The Duroc pork chop. A lot of people talk about pork chops. I love a good pork chop. And they just do one really well here. And it's not a lot of restaurants that are doing pork chops, especially in Philly. I get it. But they have a mean pork chop that is just so good. And it's a Duroc pork chop. Just delicious. People are always asking me, can I just find a nice chill restaurant to go to that isn't, again, over the top, but also not underwhelming and not like basic, you know? Alice is just a nice, solid restaurant. They got lots of seafood options. They got octopus and prawns, and they have pasta, and they have beets, and they have a burger for those who like basic burgers. They have branzino. They have ribeye steak. They have a chef's tasting menu. They have it all. And I like a good chef's tasting. I do. I do. A place like this, I would love to do a chef tasting. They have a really good chef's tasting menu. And if you are undecided, do the chef tasting. It's $125, but you walk out feeling fulfilled. But yeah, that's my experience. Mr. Johnson just was like, I want to take you out. I just want to go out. Nice. There was no special occasion. It was just, I guess it's more like weekend, but we just wanted to go. Sometimes it's just nice. It's like, oh, we love a good takeout, to be taken out, to be desired, and it's just so fabulous. But no, if you saw those pictures, the food looked just as good as it tastes. Okay, and I'm very big on that. I'm not gonna put pictures up. If I don't like the food, I'm not putting the pictures up. What you saw is what I ate, and what I ate was delicious. And so I just highly recommend Alice. It's one of those on the radar restaurants. A lot of people, it's one of those, if you know, you know. And I'm not talking about the pizzeria place. I'm talking about the restaurant that's on 901 Christian Street in South Philly. It is a neighborhood restaurant, meaning that the people in the neighborhood love it. And they don't really want you to know about it. They really don't want you to know about it. And I purposely don't talk a lot about it because, I didn't want people to ruin it. But now at this point, I mean, they've been around. It's been a couple years they've been open. They kind of crept in during the pandemic. It was one of those restaurants that opened during the pandemic and people were kind of still on the edge of whether to go out or not. But it has just been really good. And people that know about it. But I definitely think that it's underrated. I think it's very underrated. I think a lot of people don't talk about it enough because maybe those who do know, and those who don't. But yeah, Alice is really good. It's good because it's one of those restaurants where they have something for everybody. Like the pickiest eater, I talked last week about how their burgers are making a comeback on restaurants. They have a dry aged burger that is really good that if you're somebody who is on a date with someone who's a little basic, you don't got to lower your restaurant dining standards for them. They can get that dry aged burger, that really, really fancy over the top burger, and pay and look, that burger is $23. It's with challah bread and a nice good cheddar. It's $23 for that burger. They can have that burger, but you go have your $40 Duroc pork chop, or you go have your oven Paulette Rouge for $75, or enjoy you a good old Iowa prime ribeye for $90. You do what you want to do, because that's your business, as a certain somebody said. But I enjoyed it. It was a really good time, and it was lovely. So, yeah, I mean, that's been my time. Also, I will say, shout out to my younger brother. He officially started his job last week. He works for a certain state rep, Andre Carroll. But my younger brother has a job. He is working for State Rep Andre Carroll, which isn't the only black gay state rep in Pennsylvania, but the one that I think is the best black gay state rep in Pennsylvania. And he works for him, and yeah, he's starting his work. He's doing his thing, working in government. We love a good government job. So he works for a state rep, who is representing, of course, my good friend who works. He represents the Germantown, Logan, Tioga. He represents the Northwest area. And so you might catch my brother out there at some events and some things, or in the district office. And don't be fangirling, being a stalker. Don't be weird. That happens to him. He'll go somewhere, and some of y'all will come up to him and say, "You're Ernest's brother," and he's like, he handles it pretty well. He's not like annoyed based on what I hear. But I can imagine somebody going somewhere and someone keeps coming up to you telling you something. That would just, listen, that would probably irk me. Even though what's funny is that I went to Temple, visited Temple, and there are people at Temple who recognized me, but they also was like, "You're so-and-so's brother." I'm like, "Yes, I am." And I thought that was so funny. I was like, me? Somebody's brother? But it was so funny because everybody knew him. He was very social and familiar and popular on campus, of course. Popular kids in his genes. But but it was so funny. I was on Temple's campus a couple of times, and it would be like, you're so-and-so's brother. I'm like, yes, I am his brother, But yeah, it's so funny. But people come every time they see him. It's even so much that people will see him, take a selfie with him, then DM me and tell me they saw him. And I'm just like, well, thank you. It takes a village. We just love parental stalking and awkwardness and weirdness. Be normal around him, y'all. Be normal. I know, but be normal. He's a young adult. He's a young Gen Zer trying to navigate himself in the world. It's a lot to have a high profile sibling. It's a lot for, just be normal. Just be normal. But he kind of likes it if he gets something from it. Like, I think he went to he was at a festival once and somebody saw him and he told me about it and he's like, "Oh, but they gave me and my friends free stuff." I was like, "You know what? I hope you're not out here exploiting folks and things, trying to get things." Like, "Oh, no. But people offer, I don't say no." I said, "I hope you tipped." But yeah, sometimes you all come with the free stuff too and he likes it. Sometimes you all think he's doing some work for me. Like when I was a food editor, somebody said, "Oh, Ernest's brother came to my shop. I don't know if he was there to, sample something or spy or something, but I made sure I took good care of him." Like, he was going on his own. And quite frankly, he is not to do not listen. I know how some of these people do. Now, my brother does not do this, but I'm going to tell you about a couple famous people's siblings in Philly that do this. And I'm not going to name names. Okay, I'll name one name. Because I do feel like I need to say this. And this stays on this podcast. Even though I know y'all about to run around town and talk y'all shit. But I'm going to name one particular famous person's sibling that do this. And it's like, come on now. Some of y'all might even know who I'm going to name before I name them. But I'm going to name it anyway because the tea is hot today. And it's a Memorial Day. This is a Memorial Day special. This is the episode where you all are out. You are at home chilling. This episode is just a nice little, we're just going to kiki through the times. It is going to get a little serious at points on this episode. But I said, let me give y'all some good neighborhood tea while I'm here. This person, I'm going to describe the situation. I'm not going to tell you who the person's sibling is until I finish my read on the person. But this woman, she has been in my DMs, in the DMs of so I run some social media accounts for some organizations that I'm a part of because, I'm good at communications and journalism and media and whatever. And so, different organizations that I serve on the board of, they will say, "Ernest, can you do our social media? Because I know you're good at it." And I will do it. I'll run their social. That's like my way of giving back in addition to my service. So this person has in 2 DMs of 2 organizations that I do social media for, has made a pitch as a singer and has sent video clips of them singing. And let me be very clear. The singing is not bad. But this individual is very much way older. They're not like a young 20-something, I'm trying to make a name for myself. But they name drop their brother. They try to name all these people they're related to in addition to this famous brother. And they've been doing this consistently for several months. I have not responded to these DMs because I kind of sense that there is just something else going on. But I'm just kind of like, this is tacky. And it's obvious that this family member, knowing this family member, probably gave you some support when you wanted to go about this dream that you had. But for you to consistently try to ride off of this family member's name and try to use other people's names to try to get some visibility. At some point, you just got to go. And I wonder why this man don't come back to Philly all the time. If you're guessing who this is by now, you know who it is. I'm talking about Will Smith. Will Smith has a sister that literally be in DMs, y'all. And some of y'all might already know this already. Listen, it just happened recently for me where they were in certain organizations' DMs posting videos of them singing. Mind you, they got to be over 40. And they're trying to promote themselves and things they're working on. And they name dropping Will in every other sentence and all these other people they connected to. And it just seems sad. It's like, who's going to tell them? Who's going to tell them? How long has this been going on? So I had to call one of my good Judies that's been in the business. I'm not going to name who this person is because that's a little too messy. But I had to call one of my good Judies and I had to say, do you know about this person? It's like, oh, child, yes. They have been doing this for years. And at some point, you just got to go, now be for real. Fortunately, that is not my brother, and I'm not Will Smith, and I'm not comparing myself to that level. Let me be very clear with that too. But I know a lot of people who do that will be like, I'm so-and-so's. You know, a lot of elected officials have family members that do that. Oh, so-and-so's my brother. So-and-so's my this. And they feel entitled. What I love the most about my relationship with my siblings, but my younger brother specifically, because my other one, he's 15, so he's still the baby brother. But my brother my younger brother who's here in Philly, one thing that I appreciate about our relationship and even what he's done is that he puts in the work. He has a work regimen. He's worked in different offices, different places, but he has his own reputation. It doesn't hurt that I'm his brother because look, at the end of the day, what is family for, right? If something be going on, let me know, he knows that. But he doesn't ride off of that. Like, he doesn't just be like, oh, my brother is Ernest Owens, so I can do this, I can do whatever, blah, 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 blah. No. And what's funny is that there are people he's worked for that will hit me up and go, yo, he is just great. Like, he's good at what he do. And I'm like, yeah, you thought you was doing a favor. You thought he was a special. No, you get good quality. We're cut from good stock. Like, you're getting somebody who is going to deliver and going to do what and earns it, right? Went to school, got his degree. He's put in the work. He's not resting off of people's laurels or other people's work or people's other acclaim. That's important. It's nice to have somebody that can have your back, give you some good advice, be a good mentor, give you good advice. I love that with my brother. Yeah, I tell him about, hey, give him good advice. I give a lot. I spend so much of my time teaching students on community college campuses and HBCUs and mentor. I'm going to do the same for my own. Like, that's the way it should be. I think the problem is when you see certain folks, right, who are not giving advice, not giving mentorship to other people, only their own siblings, and yet they're elected officials. And it's like, so you're only providing opportunities, references, connections only to your own family, but you're not helping your constituents, you're not helping other people in the community. I have mentored so many college students in journalism and media and other places. And by the time my brother came to Philly, of course I was ready to give him the same level of advice, mentorship, and guidance as others. And I think some people cringe at that. They'll say, oh, Nepo baby this, Nepo. To be honest with y'all don't understand how Nepo baby works. Nepo baby works is when a person literally is getting things solely off of the name of who they're related to. They don't do any work. They don't have any level of talent. If you was to look at their resume or look at their work output, it wouldn't justify them being hired for something. If you all was to see my brother's resume, the level of work he's done for himself on his own internships he applied for, things he's done, and the jobs he applied for and the stuff, you'll say, yeah, he's qualified for that. Does it don't hurt, again, that he has a very known sibling, But at the same time, that's not the reason why he's getting things. I could tell you that. Because in some ways, there were some situations I was like, yeah, don't tell them. One particular internship, for example, he interned at the Philadelphia Police Department. And he did that not to be a cop, just saying, but his background's in criminal justice. And so he interned at the police department to understand how their operations work, all that in the third. Let me tell you something. I told him, you might not want to tell anybody at the police department who your sibling is. Not that he even name drops me, but I was like, you know, in conversation, they may say, well, how aware are you about this? I was like, don't, you know, because some people might look at him and say, you look familiar. And then he'll go, yeah, I'm someone, you know, that's my brother. He'll do that. But with the police department, I was like, don't even tell them. Listen, okay? He did not. And he got that internship. Because hell, if he would have told them, he may have not gotten it. Because that's the other double-edged sword, right? Is that people think, oh, having somebody's name can get you some things. But sometimes being related cannot get you some things based on people's personal bias. Which is why what I love about him is that he's created and carved a lane for himself in a way that if he does need my advice and support, he knows he has it, but he doesn't depend on it. It's so funny because there's so many people, mentees and people that I have, you know, helped and mentored that are more reliant on me for advice than he. And some of it I think is just his confidence. Some of it I think is just his own go-getter spirit energy within himself. And so I tell people, you know, y'all might be looking like, of course he got that. It's like, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You got to put in some work, you know. You got to put in some work and also create your own lane and your own perspective and things. And so I've been very big on that. A lot of people sometimes say, you don't post a lot about him or you don't tag this. Because I do want him, and I have done a good job at this, of allowing him to have his own Philadelphia experience with my gentle touch sometimes, but to have his own experience. And he has had that. And now that he's working and he's entering the political spaces, he's going to have his own perception of it. And we do share some things in common. We do have some perspectives about certain elected officials and certain things. And some things I'm like, you're going to wait and see. You got to see it. You got to experience it to see it. But I love the fact that he's learning and he's growing and he's creating his own journey for himself and he's entering that space. So if you see him out and about with a certain state rep, say hi. Don't be weird. Don't be awkward. You know, yeah, I'll say that. But I did want to say that because a lot of people have been messaging me like, I think I see, is your brother working? I'm like, yes, he is. But nonetheless, like I said before, Will Smith's sister, she out here, y'all. If you got an organization that's in media or a big public facing platform, she might have been in your DMs with a video of her singing. And let me be clear, the singing is not bad. I just don't know if at some point in your life, you just have to just realize this particular way of going about it may not be the way. And I see that with a lot of people's siblings, a lot of famous people's folks. They use their sibling's name and it's just like, come on now. So, yeah, so that's how life has been. You know, that's the week. That's what's been going on with me over here, out here in these streets. But let's get to hot topics. So, the big news, because I know a lot of people want to get you caught up and distracted with a bunch of nonsense. But Trump's big, beautiful bill did pass. It passed with only one vote. And this is a big deal because it passed the House by only one vote. And that's because it's not that popular. But at the end of the day, it did pass. And what's interesting about it is that had more Democrats been able to be present to vote on it, because there are some that are passing away. Another Democrat in Congress has passed away. This one at 75 years old. We got to talk about all these damn House members that are past 70. And they are dying in office. And it's almost like you should have took a break. You should have retired. We got a problem. And it's not just with Democrats, Republicans too, but we got an old congressional problem. We need to do term limits or an age gap, something. I'm sorry, but it's too many people. Everybody not Nancy Pelosi, okay? Everybody wants to talk about Nancy, but listen. Votes are happening where they could be prevented because somebody's dead. And maybe if we would have had, somebody present, we could have tied it or something. But like too many people are dying in Congress. There's too many members of Congress that are over the age of 75, over the retirement age. It's time for us to start looking at some policies. And people want to get mad at David Hogg and all this, that, and the third. I hear you all. But at the same time, this ain't it. You could be mad at David Hogg and all that, fine. But this ain't it. This the way this is right now. This ain't it. So this package, this budget, this tax bill is going to slash 1.7 trillion in government spending. Okay? And I think a lot of people need to understand a trillion. There are 1,000 billions in a trillion. That's how many billions are in a trillion. There are 1,000 billions in a trillion. You're slashing 1.7 trillion. Translation, 1,700 billion. And government spending. That's how much this is cutting. When you cut that much money, something's going to get cut. Something's going to get cut. Let's talk about that, right? These tax cuts are going to benefit corporations and the wealthy. Okay? Trump is excited about that. Okay? That's the first thing. Okay? Billionaires are going to be happy about this. Corporations are about to be really happy about this. Super wealthy people are about to be fucking happy about this. And Trump had to take his ass to Congress and beg for it because nobody wanted to pass this. And we'll talk about why that's the case. But federal cuts, right, are going to impact 70 million lower income Americans who rely on Medicaid for health insurance. And also 40 million Americans who rely on SNAP. Okay, that's the food stamps program to buy groceries every month. And of course, this disproportionately impact women. Both of these programs do. 70 million lower income Americans are going to be impacted by this. 70 million. A lot of single mothers. It's going to impact programs that's going to hurt women and children. Not one single Democrat voted for this. And Republicans were split. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It is terrible. And people are saying that when it gets to the Senate, there's going to be some significant changes by the time it gets to the Senate. But I'm going to tell you right now, I am confident to say that this will cost the GOP the House. And they know it. Next year, during the midterms, the Republicans will lose the House. Democrats, as annoying as fuck as they are currently, and still are, and we'll get to them in a minute, they are going to pretty much have the thing that they've been waiting to use, to weaponize, to justify them getting more seats. Because let's be very clear, Democrats have not had a message, and I guess we have to wait for the Republicans to give them one. Well, now they have one. And honestly, it's a shame that this had to happen for them to get a message, but the message is loud and clear. You ain't got no food stamps. You ain't got no Medicaid. That's because the Republicans voted for this bill. And if you keep fucking with them, you're going to lose more than just that. You fucked around, you found out. Ladies and gentlemen, SNAP and Medicaid, all of you poor, rural, white women who needed them food stamps, all of you older veterans who needed these benefits from Medicaid, all of you folks that lived in those trailers in middle America who thought that Trump was going to make it rain for you, you all have officially fucked around and found out. Because all that whole welfare queen shit that you were trying to do to hurt black folks, oh yeah, it's going to impact a lot of black families. Oh, absolutely. A lot of black and brown families are definitely going to get impacted by this. But a lot of you poor white folks are going to as well. And you all don't have all that money either. Most of this country do not. There are more poor white people in America than poor black people. I don't know. How is that possible, you say, Ernest? Because of the fucking population. Y'all swear there's so many black people in America. It's not. It's not that many of us, population-wise. There are more white people in this country than everybody else. This is going to impact y'all. Y'all are going to feel this. Everybody feels like food stamps is a black person's issue, a Latino person's issue. It is not. Yes, there are black people on food stamps. There's no shame on government assistance. But to think that we're the ones that are eating up most of this funding, the racism got y'all. See, this is why it's so important to be educated. This is why it's so important to read. This is why it's so important to be informed. Because you're making decisions based off of stereotypes and suspicions that got you all hurting your own selves. You literally hurt your own interest. You think that Trump is going to literally, your racism is fucking up your own livelihood. See, I tell people, don't be racist just to help black people. Don't be racist for your own livelihood. The racism is now hurting you. It's been hurting you, but now it's really hurting you. There was a time in the world, I think, where white people benefited from racism. And what I mean by that is that the racism allowed you all to get a leg up. The racism is now impacting you in ways that you have not really digested. The racism to elect Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, it impacts you. You would have had better with a black woman as president. Most of the things you all have suffered with has come under the leadership of a white president. Have you thought about that? Y'all keep complaining about the country. Y'all have never liked this country. You all have been upset about the country. And you don't realize the biggest impact to you all financially in recent modern history have come from the detriment of white presidents. You were doing better off with black presidents. You did better. White men benefited a lot more. Poor white men benefited more during the Obama administration than they did during a Bush one. And damn sure during this Trump regime. Did you know that? You're so racist that you're willing to hurt yourselves. Financially, economically. You would rather fuck yourselves up economically than see a black person in power. Racism is a disease, but it is also a mental illness. Because literally, the racism got you all, you hate race so much that you will harm yourself. And when you explain racism like that, It makes you realize you ain't doing no charity to me. You all like, oh, I'm being an ally. Fuck that. Do it for you. Fight racism for you. Racism does not benefit you. Racism does not benefit white people as much as they do. White racism has become such a luxury. It's a luxury to be racist. I can't be racist. I'm black. And I can't even afford and benefit from being racist. I don't have any systemic institutional power to structurally fuck over entire race of people. So stop it. Stop it. Okay? Cut it out. Cut it out. Oh, prejudice? Okay. Oh, because a black person say, yeah, I don't want to date a white person. That's not my preference. Okay. It's a preference. Is it going to systemically impact you financially, economically, socially? Like, stop comparing a stick to a fucking machete. Because that's literally what we're talking about. A toothpick to a motherfucking machete. If I get a toothpick and poke you, you say, ouch, that hurts, ouch. And it goes away. A black person walk in the room and say, I don't want to date a white guy. White guys I'm not attracted to white men. You're like, oh my God, that's racist. I'm so offended. Shut up. That's a toothpick poke. Okay, that's prejudice, sure, but it's not racism. But a white person can get up and say, oh, I'm calling the cops, because these black people are having fun in the parking lot. Police come over and shoot somebody. Yeah, that's not the same. That's not the same. Don't compare a Karen to a Umar Johnson. Dr. Umar Johnson is not doing anything to hurt you. Oh, I'm sorry, your feelings got hurt. And guess what? The world lives on. A Karen and a Dr. Umar Johnson are not the same. Because ironically, a Karen has more power. A Dr. Umar Johnson can tell a Karen, a white woman, that you're problematic, you're this. And you know what that Karen can do? That Karen can then call to get him arrested or to get him terrorized. Or she can call Trump and say, his project is about black empowerment. That's DEI. Get funding removed. It's not the same. So no one cares about false equivalencies at this point. It's not the same. And people need to stop trying to find equivocators to that because it does not work. So yeah, racism is hurting white people. It really is. You all are not benefiting. Your ambition, the whole idea of cutting government spending was that a lot of racist white people thought that, oh, we're going to cut SNAP and Medicaid. We're going to cut all these welfare queens. We're going to take away these resources because they're getting an unfair advantage, not realizing that the system disproportionately benefited them, that those programs always benefited them more because, number one, there's more white people in the population. So government funding to public resource benefit groups oftentimes will always give them the upper hand because of the population. This is a numbers game. White people benefited off of affirmative action and SNAP and all these things more than anybody else because there was more of them to begin with. But in their head, they were so racist. They were so, I don't want none of these black folks to benefit. They need to get a job. They need to get off the streets. They need to buy. All these stereotypes, all this ignorance. I don't got to dispute none of that bullshit. That's bullshit. But that's how they felt. And they were just so head set on thinking that they were going to make people pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Oh, they were going to force people to get up off their ass. Because there was so much of that happening in this country. And they saw so many black people just benefiting off of taxpayers' dollars. Yeah. Okay. And guess what? Now y'all gonna find out that, yeah, those people that you're worried about, oh yeah, they don't have it now. They're not gonna get it. But so many of your mamas and all those folks that you know in Appalachia, yeah, they're not gonna get the shit either. Because what y'all fail to realize is rich white people don't like poor people, don't like black people, don't like poor white people. Rich people don't like poor people. And poverty, for racist folks, the face of poverty is black people. But I'm here to tell you all that the face of poor people in this country, by and large, is not just black people. It's white people as well. Have you been to Kensington? Have you been to communities in Northeast of Philadelphia? Have you seen parts of South Philly? Have you actually looked at some of these homeless shelters and these food? Listen, if you ever been to a soup kitchen in Philadelphia, it's very diverse, people. That's why I mean, people are so detached from real socioeconomic class disparity, which is why I get annoyed when I hear people run around here. I'm broke. I'm struggling. But I'm going to fancy restaurants and I'm drinking all types of cocktails and I'm, oh my goodness, I'm broke. It's hard. I'm struggling. We got to really unpack class. We got to have a realistic conversation about comfort and about luxury and about the falsified expectations that we have on ourselves when it comes to money and society and poverty. Because when you've lived in a world where you've seen and know people that have to use food stamps and have to use these things and how they have to make decisions on how to get access to care and treatment, you stop talking like that. And words do matter. And that's why I've always been somebody that in the work that I do, like even when I do this podcast, I qualify what this stuff means. You will never hear me use the word broke. I will never call myself broke. I will never say broke. Because I know what it means to be broken. I know what that looks like. I know people who live in circumstances where, are you broke as in I can't get a frappe lappuccino every fucking day at a cafe? Broke? Or are you, I have to stretch out these meals with rice and beans in my damn cupboard and I got to figure out how to spread out and make 5 meals in a week with enough food, right? It's called stretching. Are you broke as in I got to get cheaper versions of my guilty pleasures? So whereas I got a Starbucks addiction, I can't drink Starbucks every single week. So I got to buy a coffee and meal prep so I can be able that. Is it broke or is it on a budget? If you have a budget, you're not poor. See, poor people don't have a budget. Poor people have no budget. There's no money or enough money to be able to finance things, right? Which is why they need government assistance. Because if one thing happens, they could be able to be down the poverty line instantly. If they miss a paycheck, they won't be able to pay their rent. And let me be very clear, they don't even have a network of money to lean on. They can't call somebody to borrow some money that they know that they can replenish within a month. They don't have a family members or family members that can spot them some money on the low. You overdraft your account. Can you call your big brother to give you 50? Right? So we got to be mindful about how we use words. Because how we even talk about wealth in this country disgusts me. Like, people just really don't discuss economics in the way that, again, education matters so fucking much. Because you will sound stupid out here when you talk to people about poverty and broke and this and this. And I'm very mindful with that. I talk to my friends about it all the time. I say, listen, stop saying you broke. Stop saying that. Okay, so you can't fucking get a Starbucks called cappuccino, frappuccino, lappuccino, whatever. You in a conversation, you telling me, I had a situation with this guy that we work together somewhere. I'm not going to name the place we work at because I don't want to out this person in a way. But we work together somewhere and they were just saying, man, I gotta, it's hard. I'm struggling. I'm like, really, and I'm, again, for me, as somebody who grew up where I knew people that were struggling, right? And I knew what that looked like, you know, I hear them talking about that. I'm like, well, what you mean? Man, like, I want to go to the Beyonce concert, but I'm broke, man. I ain't got no money. I'm like, okay. I'm just listening, right? And they're like, yeah, man. It's just, I can't go this year, man. I'm struggling, man. It's hard out here. Okay. Damn, okay, you all right? You all right? Yeah, So then I'm just listening. They talking some more in the conversation. I say, yeah, next week is the Roots picnic. I got my ticket. I got my pass to go to that. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't get Ultra VIP this time. I just got regular VIP. Huh. Huh. Oh, okay. Okay. So you couldn't go to two concerts. Normally you would go see Beyonce and you would go to Roots picnic. And this time you couldn't have to pick one. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. You struggling. It's just weird to hear that for me. I'm not saying you're just on a budget, bro. You're just on a budget. You're just on a budget. And that's okay. You gotta reprioritize some things. And I asked him, well, why are you on this budget now? They said, oh, because their girlfriend is pregnant and they're expecting later down. I said, oh, wait. So you're adjusting your finances because you have a child on the way. Got it. Okay. So because you can't do the Beyonce tickets on the floor with the Roots Picnic Ultra VIP, because you got a baby coming on the way and you want to budget for that, you're struggling. Okay. Got it. Okay. That's what I mean. I had to rechannel and reprioritize my headspace on what that meant. And so I think that you need to be mindful in this economy that people have a thing called class anxiety. And I think about class anxiety, how it manifests in these conversations around wealth and money and things. I just think in a time like this, be sensitive and be mindful about how you talk about finances with people. Even with me, I don't do too much of that. Like I don't tell people, look, I go out, I take my picture, I have fun, but I don't tell people about like what's expensive and what's high or whatever. But I am mindful about how we talk about it publicly because of just understanding other people's experiences, right? Because, listen, just because you can't ball out of control don't mean that you're actually struggling. But that's the extremes. People feel like if they're not living a luxurious, rich, spend money out of control life, that they're poor. And that's not necessarily truth either. It's not true at all, right? But we talk like this and we act like this and we let this become the norm. And then we wonder why we're in a world where people are living outside their means. Because they are scared to say, hey, I'm on a budget. Or just be able to just do what they need to do to make what they need to make work. When I was staying in my studio apartment 10 years ago, when I had just graduated from Penn, my studio apartment was $450 a month. I talk about this all the time, but I put this in perspective. Back then, I never thought I was broke. I mean, some people say, yo, you was living very, like less glamorous. But I never felt like I was broke because the things that I needed were getting paid for. I lived in the means in which made sense to where my livelihood, my expectations and my circumstances were there. I had access to support. So I never felt like I was falling. I was able to have a network where I got invited to nice restaurants and places. Did I spend out of pocket all those situations? No. I had very generous friends that took me out, treated me out. I had a lot of different things going on. So I never felt that even though the amount of money I was making in the circumstances in which I was living, I never felt that way based on my proximity to wealth, resources, all of those things. And I think a lot of people are not, when we talk about net worth, right? That's a pro pun around network. Like, how do I make sense of this? Like, there's a lot of people right now that are saying they're broke, but if they actually sat the fuck down, considered all things in their network, their surroundings, their family ties, they would be so much more well off in reality than what they're making it. And I get that people want to be hard on themselves and act like they can't consider those things and all that. But in reality, you have lifelines and safety nets and brackets that are right in front of your face that you are aware are present, but you just, for your own pride and ego, don't want to acknowledge. Because everybody wants to act like they're so self-sufficient, that they're independent, that they're this, that they're that. I don't do that. I'm very aware that I have a lot of safety nets and I have a lot of great brackets of folks and connections that carry wealth and money that I will never be struggling. I've never found myself struggling. Even no matter how much money I made, my past 10 years, I've never found myself saying I'm financially struggling. Even when I was in a $450 a month studio apartment or where I'm at, because I had a education awareness of what all of those things meant combined. And I think a lot of people are not being honest and realistic about that. Even with everything going on in this economy, people will be like, oh, well, this economy is so hard and there's so much inflation. But I've noticed that a lot of my friends and people that I'm around that will talk about that, I'm like, but you're still going to these places, but you're still going out. You're still buying drinks. You have not stopped spending money. You have not completely downsized. You still want them fancy little things. You're still cheating and slipping out and buying all kind of stuff that you shouldn't be buying, but you still can afford to buy it, and you still do. When you really are going through it, the things that you really, really want, you're not able to get. Like, do you know what it feels like to be able to look at stuff, a bunch of stuff growing up, and just can't get it at all? Like, it's not even a question. Some of y'all have not went through that. And that's no shame. There's no shame there. That's a blessing that you may not have to go through a world where you could see certain things and just know you can't get them. And I'm not talking about shit like, oh, I went to the restaurant and I wanted caviar on a toast, but instead I had to go for something. No. I'm talking you couldn't just do it at all. Like, that wasn't a question. A trip to Disney World was just not ever going to happen because it was never in the budget. To go to a concert, whether it was a nosebleed or on the floor, was not an option. Some of y'all are just like picky. You're like, oh, if I can't get great seats, then I'm not going. I get that. But don't say you couldn't go. You just didn't want to go. You just couldn't go in the way in which you're used to going. Like my friend, one of my friends that didn't want to go to Cowboy Carter tour, they were like, oh, I went to Club Renaissance on the floor. But this year, the concert tickets cost way more to be on the floor, and they didn't go. And they were just like, oh, I couldn't afford to go. I was like, you just couldn't do it the way you used to doing it. And so your mindset is, if I can't do it at the utmost level, you won't have it at any other level. Is that poverty, or is that just budget? Are you broke, or are you on a budget? There's a difference. There's a difference between being on a budget and being broke. When I was younger and I started off in my career, I was on a budget. Now, not as much. Still on a budget to some extent. I'm not just going to be spending crazy dollars. Like, I'm not doing that. But I'm also not necessarily having to just be a little bit more cognizant now. One, for several reasons. I'm married. There's 2 incomes coming in the house with multiple streams of revenue coming. It's a little different. But I just think that sometimes people are hard on themselves about where they are in their life and what they're doing. And it does not have to be that way. It doesn't. And I think looking at what's going to happen right now with this Trump and these spending cuts, there's a lot to prioritize there. There's a lot to unpack there. And sometimes you don't have to put yourself through a guilt trip to do it. So, just thinking out loud. Just thinking out loud. So there's been a situation recently. The president went to go see the South African president came to the U.S. and it was, of course, a meeting that went viral. Lots of lies were told. Trump is really trying to act like there is a genocide impacting white people in South Africa. It's not true. It's bullshit. Point blank, the end. Okay? But right now, we're in a situation where a lot of people want to create isms, right? And Trump is, I think, obsessed with trying to create this rhetoric of, oh, there are, white South African farmers that are being persecuted by this large mass of black folks. It's just not true. And what's great about that president of South Africa is that he is probably one of the few leaders to come in that White House and get this president together in a way that was tactful, in a way that allowed him to, hold his ground. It was just a masterclass in, one, how much of a joke this presidency is in the world, but because this man literally is the president of the United States, there's a level of people that still has to give him a level of consideration that, as much as people might say he's a joke, you can't not take him seriously. He's a serious joke. And I think that's what people miss with Trump, is that it's not, the days of Saturday Night Live making jokes and videos of him, it does not carry weight anymore, because at the end of the day, he can be all of those things, but that man still holds power. And so it's you can't even laugh as much at him because he's doing real damage in real time. And so there's a lot of folks that want to keep on being silly with Trump. Oh, they want to make all these little jokes and they want to laugh at him and they want to Saturday Night, but that just doesn't work anymore because he won re-election. There's people in this country that believe in him, and there's people around the world that cannot laugh at this man because if they do, their country can easily go bankrupt. So we're past the point of laughing or just trying to make a joke. Like, I'm so sick, and it's corny. It's just so defeatist. It's corny. Everyone's like, oh yeah, the orange Cheeto man is. I don't, listen, respectfully, white people, I don't care about your Trump jokes. Because if you all really thought he was a joke, you really would have made sure he would not get reelected. I don't care about all the little nicknames, the little silly little graphics. It's not funny. It's not. Trump's not funny to me anymore. It's just not. Like, everybody wants to, Trump and his silly. But he's getting what he wants. He's getting what he wants. I mean, listen, it's a laugh now, cry later situation. I just don't, I don't find him funny. I don't find him amusing. I don't look at him as a joke. I don't treat him as a joke anymore. He says a bunch of dumb stuff, right? But him saying that stuff do not actually distract me from the overall harm he's committing. And so as much as he's running around with this misinformation, I don't know, a lot of you all want to be around white people that, the Ezra Kleins of the world, no shade, that want to sit around here and hyperanalyze everything you do and think that is pointed. I don't care about all those little minute details. I don't. People are dying. Literally, people are dying. And there are people that are spending so much time trying to make sense of this shit. And it's like at a certain point, when you're dealing with someone that is doing what he is doing at this point, you can't keep treating this like some type of fun research paper and fun little like it's not funny. I think the real challenge is for people to actually take him seriously and figure out what to do about it. But the hopelessness or the humor is just played out. And it's also performative at this point. Because we see what people are saying, but we're also looking at what people are doing. And these actions are not speaking louder. They're not. The actions are not speaking louder. The words are speaking more than the actions. And that's a reality that we all need to really come to terms with. For sure. Something's going on at the Supreme Court. In a good way, slightly. Amy Coney Barrett recused herself from voting on the latest ruling with the Supreme Court. And this was based on something that was going on in Oklahoma. Oklahoma will not be able to use government money to fund a Catholic charter school. That is what the Supreme Court ruled after Justice Amy Coney Barrett recused herself. This was Oklahoma's statewide charter school board versus Drummond. The Supreme Court rejected the proposal for the St. Isidore of Seville Catholic Virtual School to receive direct government funding. It was a 4-4 split ruling on Thursday. And so basically what happens when the Supreme Court is evenly split, the lower court ruling, which was in this case the Oklahoma Supreme Court, that ruling stood. So the judgment is affirmed by an equally divided court. We do not know how each justice voted. But the fact that Justice Amy Coney Barrett recused herself made it a tie. You know, we don't really know why she recused herself. You know, but possibly it could have stemmed from a close relationship that she had with a woman named Nicole Steele, I think her name is Steele Garnett, which was a previous advisor for that Oklahoma school. And so Coney Barrett and Garnett worked together at the Supreme Court in the 1990s, and they were also colleagues at Notre Dame Law School. So it is a potential conflict of interest there. And so she took herself out of it. And a lot of people are upset. A lot of people from the MAGA crowd has been pissed off with her because they feel like she's been siding with her liberal counterparts in some of these high profile cases. And we talked about this on my podcast a couple of episodes ago about how Amy Coney Barrett has been showing up. But see, I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out. You know, mm, 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 mm. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Mm. I'm just reflecting because every time the Supreme Court goes a certain way, I always tell people brace yourselves because there's some Supreme Court decisions where everybody's being very optimistic about a certain type of Supreme Court justice or something. Say, oh, look, the courts is going one way. And then they turn around and bite us in the ass. And so I am going to reserve my thoughts about Amy Coney Barrett. I'm not really ready to praise her. I got to see some of the other decisions because Every time they get real nice, or certain cases, like, okay, that's cool. Cool. Oklahoma don't get to use government money. Got it. I say, hold on, though. Because I remember when Biden was in office, there was a couple of stuff the Supreme Court was doing. And then when it came to affirmative action and Roe v. Wade and shit like that, oh, they showed their ass at Supreme Court. So I'm not ready to give her any gots. But it is something notable. It is something notable. You win some, you lose some to the Supreme Court. And so some conservatives are finding out the hard way. They're finding out the hard way. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see where it's going, because I'm like, we'll see. So I wanted to address this, and there's a collective way I want to do it, because it kind of goes hand in hand. I want to start with that this past weekend, as you all know, marks the 5th anniversary of the George Floyd protests, but also the murder of George Floyd, who was a black man who was killed by a police officer in cold blood in broad daylight. In a very traumatic, disgusting, inhumane way that was on camera that the world had to see. It's been 5 years. I've never watched the whole clip. I've never sat and watched that man be killed. I have not. I have seen brashing of images, and that's been enough for me. But I refuse to watch the entire clip. I've never have, and never will, to be honest. I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it to believe anything. There's a lot of people who think, oh, you have to watch this. You have to see this thing, and da da da. I don't. I didn't. I'm a black man. I don't need to see other black men being killed by police to know that black men are being killed by police. Some of you all feel like you have to watch these type of things because that's what it takes for you to give a fuck about people's humanity. Just like I don't need to watch a person be raped or sexually assaulted to believe them, is the same way I don't need to watch black people being killed by law enforcement. And I hate that we got to a culture where everybody felt like they had to videotape everything. Oh, look, see this. Racism is real and it's alive. First of all, let me be very clear with y'all. Racism does not have to be filmed or have to be seen or heard to know it exists. It exists. It's shown every day. You look at the way in which public schools in America is being treated. It shows every day. You look at award shows, or you look at football teams, or you look at the compositions of the fact that plantation gatherings and pieces of plantation property still exist and people are having weddings there. Racism exists in the way in which we look at the disparities around deaths in this country. Black women mortality rates after giving childbirth, or even when they try to give childbirth. These numbers, racism exists in the disposition of black-owned businesses and who gets loans and wealth. Like, there's so much racism in front of us in our everyday lives that we experience and see on a daily basis that we don't actually need to see grotesque, inhumane videos of it. Period. We don't. Because of so much of that, what we witnessed and we've seen, it propelled a movement that got people wanting to do things differently, or so we thought. 5 years later, Trump got reelected. A lot of those programs, initiatives that everybody thought was going to be permanent are dead. Laws that were created as a response to what happened to George Floyd and others are now being reversed. And it's all happening during this time because Trump wants to double down on being an antagonist. It's pure evil. It's pure evil. And a lot of white people also went back to being who they were before George Floyd died. Because sadly, it was a moment, it wasn't a movement. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened. Um, I look at the type of content being made today. Books about racism, books about injustice, right? Not so much of that content is being created as much. Think about that. You know what I mean? Think about that. So when I hear people talk about, you know, why are black people sitting this out? Which, let's be clear, we're not sitting it out. We're just not as public facing in our strategy work. That's why. That's why. Because in 2020, you would have thought, based on how the world was shaking up, that we were going to do some things in this country that was never going to have us going back to where we were. And that just wasn't the case. We saw in real time people change their entire perspectives, or so we thought. We saw people create programs, find money to support black and brown businesses. We saw some of the best of humanity during that time. And the moment that people got back outside, the moment that people did not live in a space of heightened fear, the moment the fires went down and people started to get some money again, and Trump was out of office, people got comfortable again, and people just went back to their old selves. Because the level of sustainability it takes to do racial equity, people thought that was too much. I'm not saying that some lives weren't changed. Yeah, there were some people whose lives changed. There's some people that situation forever changed them and they became better people for it. Some. But a great number of people went back to their old ways. Went back to trusting the police. Went back to funding the police at a... that defund the police movement never really happened. Everybody kept creating fear mongering around defund the police. But did you all know that research is pointing out the fact that police kill more civilians more now than they ever done before? That for all of that talk about reform and all this stuff, right? Yeah, actually the police are just continuing to do more work, more damage. 5 years after George Floyd, police are killing more people, not less. There's a mapping police violence organization that has tracked more than 1 million cases of fatal and non-fatal force, which you can find this data at policedata.org. It is the largest database of its kind in the US. And they basically have found out that actually police are killing more people. Overall use of force, according to this report, did not decrease after George Floyd's murder. As fatal force increased nationally, 50% of police departments also reported increases in overall force following George Floyd's murder. Overall, police use force against over 300,000 people per year. And where has police violence increased, according to this report? Go to police You can get this at policedata.org, by the way. Red states, especially states that did not pass legislation in response to George Floyd's murder. Killings generally increased in red states and increased in blue states from 2020 to 2024. So in blue states, police violence decreased, but in red states, they increased. Somebody wants to ask, what difference did the police reform legislation make? According to the Brennan Center, 30 states passed substantive reforms after George Floyd. Police killings decreased by 6% from 20 to 2024 in states that passed these laws, but they increased by 21% in states that didn't. Blue states that passed reforms had the largest reductions, but even these states only reported a 10% decrease from 2020 to 2024. And there's a polarization here, okay? Police violence was already beginning to increase in more conservative states before George Floyd, but right-wing backlash may have accelerated the trend, while legislative reforms don't appear to have been as impactful to offset these increases nationwide. This is all by a lot of good research and reporting by Sam Singway. He is a Stanford alum. He's the creator of the police scorecard and mapping police violence. He's done a lot of this data. He's a data scientist, and he's also a policy analyst. And a lot of times people forget this too, that the racial disparities also haven't improved. Black people are 12% of the U.S. population, but they continue to be 25% of people killed by police each year. And it's been like that for as far as back as nationwide data exists. Police basically disproportionately kill Black people year after year. So, based on this data, one could argue, what can we learn from this, right? A lot of reforms passed since George Floyd, like chokehold bans, but they were too narrow to meaningfully reduce the force overall. Department of Justice reforms only affected a small number of cities, and alternatives to police remain rare, right? While police keeps rising, police funding, that is. And under Trump, things are bound to get worse. And that's what is an important takeaway that a lot of people are not even giving any gravitas to. So much of what we're dealing with is a matter of who we put in office. And the fact that people put Trump back in office is them wanting to completely reduce everything we've had. Just saying. It's angering. It's frustrating. And so much of us, you know what I'm saying, are so much of us are spending a lot of time trying to recreate movements that need to evolve, or trying to question why certain leaders are moving differently. So I'll give you an example. There's been a lot of chatter about Governor Wes Moore. About reparations. A lot of y'all messaged me and said, did you all notice that Wes Moore did not support that reparations bill? And I was like, what you mean? They were just saying, there was a reparations, And I was like, yeah, okay. But there was a plan to do a reparations, project. in Maryland, and basically, Maryland legislators, he basically vetoed a bill that would have established a commission to study and make recommendations for reparations for African Americans impacted by slavery and historical discrimination. It was created by the Maryland Reparations Commission. That's the proposal. They wanted to create this. They wanted to study the state's involvement in slavery and discriminatory packages. And he vetoed it. And Maryland legislators say they will override the governor's vetoes to reinstate this commission. They plan to override it. People are asking this question of like, why do it? Or why did he do that? And you all are saying, they're really disappointed in Westmore and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be very frank. If Westmore would have done this 4 or 5 years ago, I would have been like, what's up with that? That's weird. That's wrong. Blah, 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 blah. But looking at the current state of things, I understand. I'm not happy about it, but I understand. Because here's what's going to happen. Let's say Maryland overrides his veto when they do it. That's going to put a target on Maryland and on its governor in ways that we have already seen this president do. He's going to target Maryland. He might use it as an excuse to not fund certain things or give them certain federal funding, because he'll say that this reparations is DEI, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of taxpayers' dollars, because they're going to fund this DEI project. We're not going to give them any money because there's no reparations, there's no this, there's no that. Trump is going to make a big fuss out of it. And let's be real, if there was to be reparations, it will require federal funding. Do you think this current government that slashed $1.7 trillion in Medicaid and in SNAP programs is going to give any federal money or interest in anything pertaining to reparations? Oh, don't be so quick to say, oh, come on, class. The answer is fuck out of here. They're not giving any money to reparations. They're not funding anything. You could do a commission all you want, right? And get to research, right? And we're going to know what we already fucking know, right? Like, let's be for real. We know that there were enslaved people in this country, black folks, that have been robbed of land. You're going to be able to find out all the information. And guess what? Will there be reparations given to black people from the United States? I don't think it's going to happen in our lifetime. I'm very cynical. And quite frankly, I have moved on. And so for the people that are so invested in this possibility, stop it. Stop it. Be realistic. Like, be really realistic. I know this might sound to y'all, why do you sound so downer? No, you all supported elected officials in a country that led us to this point. We cannot even create an imagination about reparations in the past when people can barely get what's owed to them in the current future. So unfortunately, I have to be real with you all. I don't see reparations as a reality at this point. Back in 2020 with George Floyd and the way the country was moving, even that was a little cynical, but I was like, maybe we can have a conversation. Because here's the thing, if these commissions would have been created 5 years ago, we would have had enough research and data. But if y'all was going to reelect Trump to shut this all down, then I would have put all that money and research in vain. All of these DEI projects, all of this work on diversity, all of this equity work that we've done for the past 5 years, it's in vain now. They've been defunded. They've been shut down. And so I'm thinking like Westmore. If I'm Westmore and I know that I currently have an administration with a president who is cutting funding, I can't afford to support a program like this that I know this president will weaponize and use to impact us. Because then what's going to happen is that, okay, let's say Governor Moore would have supported it. Okay, he supports it. The president would have automatically had a hissy fit. He would have turned around and threatened to stop funding. And then all the white folks in Maryland, right, the ones who act like they care about racial justice, they would have said, this is impacting us. Why we got to suffer? Why we got to lose funding for public education? Then it would have created a division amongst the community, because there would have been folks that would have been like, yeah, fight the good fight, right? But then a lot of other people would have been mad and would have been hurt and they would have been upset and they would have been like, we got to be penalized because of this shit. Like, they would have been upset. So I think he just realized, is this worth it? Is this worth the level of stress, anxiety, pressure, political pressure? Because I will pass this right now, and then tomorrow, when Trump starts cutting other things, this Congress, this caucus is not going to back me and support me all the way. He knew what it was. And that's why he didn't fight it. We'll see if it gets over. If it gets over, if somebody overrides it, we'll see if that happens. But honestly, I get it, and that's why I'm not shocked or upset at him. Because if Biden was president, he might would have done it. If Biden got reelected, or if Kamala would have been elected president, he would have probably did it. But I get why he won't do it right now. Because all it's going to do is create a bunch of mass distraction, a bunch of angry people. And guess what? This is all for a commission. Y'all, this is a commission. This is not even reparations, y'all. This is a commission to explore how many commissions, how many task forces, how many special caucuses, how much of this shit do we need? It's just so much bureaucracy. So many people getting fat off of titles and positions, and mind you, not making any impact, but just want to be able to flex. It's just at a certain point, it gets exhausting. And so I get why he is just not as enthusiastic about it, and why he didn't sign it, and why he vetoed it. I get it. I get it. If people cared about it that much, they would have went harder to maintain a federal government that would have been able to receive it. See, when people told you all that elections have decisions, people didn't understand what that meant. It means not being able to have things like this, not being able to have reparation conversations, not being able to have expansions around generational wealth for Black folks. It all of this matters. So the people who are out here talking about, ADOS and all this that supported Trump, there's a reason why you're never going to get reparations now. Because Trump does not believe in that shit. He's too busy trying to get reparations for white people in South Africa. Like, let's be for real. He's more invested in those people and what's happening to them in a country that he does not dictate. So excuse me for understanding Governor Westmore, the only Black governor we have right now currently in the U.S. Please understand why I will give him grace, and I will understand that struggle, because that was a target on him. And I think that would have made that, he's doing a lot of great work in Maryland. Maryland is doing well for a state in a Commonwealth that is struggling. Things could have been far worse for Maryland, but what this governor has done is that he is allowed to focus the main thing to be the main thing, pretty much. To focus on what needs to be focused on. He's done that. And I think a lot of times we want to use people's identity to force them to do things that will actually ruin everything else. West got a lot of good things going for him. And to get caught up in this reparations argument, especially knowing the current political climate we're under, I just feel like some of his colleagues need to be realistic and not chase headlines and not chase performative shit, but to be realistic about getting something accomplished. Do you really think that reparations can get created right now? Do you really think that that's going to help Maryland right now? I don't think so. I think we're tired of the performative statements. I think we're tired of people just doing stuff to do things. If you're not bringing around tangible change that's going to impact people's lives, save it. And so that's what I think is happening right here. That's what my sense is. That's what my hunch is. So there's been talks about 2028 beyond just Wes Moore running for president. Even though he's denied it, he has said he's not running. I mean, now he's not running, right? I mean, he can't run, right? There's another candidate potentially on the horizon. Nancy Pelosi recently said that she thinks that Rahm Emanuel, who used to be a real strong advisor to Obama, he's the former disgraced mayor of Chicago, might be thinking about running for president. I was thinking to myself, where was this coming from? And I started to notice that he was doing op-eds in Washington Post. He's been making a lot of media appearances. And I'm like, okay. Now, I'm not crazy about him because I've heard enough about Rahm Emanuel to know that he's not it for me. There's a lot of problems, In 2017, he was trying to run a third term for mayor of Chicago, but that got reversed because a lot of people looked at his performance as being mixed. A lot of people want him to resign, and he was succeeded by Lori Lightfoot, which made sense. But there was a lot of problems with him when he was mayor. And I think the one thing that I personally won't forget about his time was a situation that involved Laquan McDonald. For those who remember, this is a young man who was killed by police. And there was a lot of concerns. And his approval rating dropped to 27% closer to the end. And a lot of that had to do with the public crisis and confidence of him. He had weeks of protests. There were people that basically said he covered up the Laquan McDonald police shooting. And for people who don't know who Laquan McDonald is, this was 11 years ago in 2014 in Chicago. He was a 17-year-old boy who was murdered when he was fatally shot by a police officer. The man was named Jason Van Dyke, was a police officer. Police initially reported that he was behaving erratically while walking down the street, refusing to put down a knife and lunge at officers. But the reports described the incident similarly leading up to the shooting, but they trying to say that it was justifiable, and he wasn't. And then, of course, Van Dyke wasn't charged at the time. But then a video came out that showed that McDonald actually walked away, that the police had lied, pretty much. And that was part of the issue that people had with Rahm Emanuel because of the fact that, for months, he claimed that making the video public would jeopardize the federal investigation into that shooting. He refused to allow the video to be shown to the public, even though the Justice Department had not raised any issues with the public release of the footage. And it wasn't until a judge forced the release that it was later seen that the content of the video contradicted what the police had said. That they basically had lied. That this innocent black young man who was 17 who was killed, that the police actually were wrong. And that the narrative that he was swinging a knife and being very violent, that's what justified his killing, that all that was made up. And so there was a lot of public backlash that resulted from his handling of that video. Many people were calling for him to resign. And many of the public did not believe him to be honest or trustworthy. 87% of Chicagoans at the time did not believe his statements on that video. And 68% of them did not feel he was not justified. He was not justified in withholding that video. And so in many ways, he had to force the resignation of the police chief. And then many people also eventually stopped dealing with him altogether. So, yeah, that's Rahm Emanuel. That's the Rahm Emanuel that I know. That's the guy who I would not want to run for president. And that's why a lot of people ain't forgot. And if he does decide to run in 2028, that will come up again. So for me, it's not. He's not. I don't take him seriously. I'm not invested or interested in his political future whatsoever. Like, it ain't happened over here for me. That's my take. That's my opinion on it. But in a world of Andrew Cuomo's, right, running for mayor of New York. Did you see Lala Anthony, which was disappointing? Lala is now supporting him for mayor in New York. It's just disappointing all around. But like the fact that Andrew Cuomo can make a comeback, I mean, I'm not saying that Rahm Emanuel should not. I mean, I don't want him to personally, but I just feel like the public, they don't care. They're not going to care about that Laquan situation. They're not. It's not going to be enough for him to make the decision. He's probably saying, look, if y'all could take Trump, y'all could take Trump. And this is why I'm just the consequences of Trump is bigger than just himself, because now it's opened up a floodgate that because this country can tolerate Trump, then anybody can do whatever. So like, even when I'm talking about Rahm Emanuel, I'm putting this unfortunate miscarriage of justice of having to now go, well, if they let Trump, I mean, Rahm can, but it's like all these people are trash. Cuomo, Rahm, Trump, they're all trash. This is the perfect trash trio. I mean, people are calling Cuomo the Trump of the Democratic Party right now. No comment. But it's just that's what we're dealing with. And so when you're dealing with such low-hanging fruit, it's really hard to try to hold anybody to any type of standard, which is so disappointing altogether. Which brings me to my next point that's happening in politics. Biden has announced that he has pancreatic cancer. Right after I finished mastering my podcast episode, which a lot of y'all could probably figure out the sweet time spot when I record this episode, I was like, why are people dropping news on Sundays now? Sunday used to be the most sacred day where, you know what, on a Sunday, I could chill. Ain't nothing really happening on Sunday. Everybody getting ready for Monday. I could, Saturday, all the drama will come. But now it's like no day is safe on the calendar to record. You just have to live with the fact that something can drop on a Sunday and you just got to be ready to just address it the following week, because I'm not going to do the podcast on Monday because something's going to happen Monday. At some point, at the end of the day got to end. But it just irks me now how people just be dropping news on Sunday. So if anything drops that you didn't hear me talk about, understand that this podcast was recorded before that. Because I try to have it set up in a way that the show transitions into a Monday where we didn't cut all the major news. But sometimes stuff just be dropping and I'm like, God damn. And so the news came out last Sunday that Biden had cancer. And he announced it and everything. And it was, it was a lot of ripple effect. And a lot of you all messaged me like, hey, you just did, is that, you didn't, man, like, no, it's just that right after I submitted the episode and put it out and ready for it to come out on midnight, it decided that Biden wanted to drop this news on a Sunday evening. Anyway, so when that happens, just know that it's not me. I promise you that. It's not me. It's not. It's the internet. But yeah, it was sad news. And it's interesting because I had trashed this book that I talked about last week. I'm going to talk about it again. Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again by CNN's Jake Tapper and Axios' Alex Thompson. Now, this book came out officially last Tuesday. I told you I got a chance to get a read of it and told you I thought the book was just a dumb book to write. I just thought the timing of it all, it was just like, what's the point? Well, the announcement of Biden's pancreatic cancer only furthered the point of why this book is just so tone deaf. What's annoying about books like this, and what I think is what it says about the state of journalism, is that where we are right now is that there's a lot of journalists. Well, let me clarify. There's a lot of prestigious, powerful journalists, okay, that are basically taking advantage of the scarcity of reporters. They're not giving all of their information up front to the public so the public can be informed and make decisions. They are trying to maneuver and find ways to capitalize off of the business model we have in ways that I think are unethical. People will disagree, but I just feel like if you're a journalist and you have important information that is for the public use and you think that it can change the outcome of an election or something of substance, and it is in the moment and of the essence in time, why are you holding information and then turning around and using it for, oh, I want to put it in a book? Let me tell y'all something. Everything that I write that I can report on and share that is credible and ready to go, I don't hold that shit and say, let me put it in a book years later. I'm telling you that shit in real time because I think it has the power to inform the public, right? For example, we're going to talk about Stephen Jones, that former 52nd Ward leader, pedophile, convicted pedophile, that one that was with Krasner at that event, and Krasner went, and Krasner said he didn't know that his ADA had convicted this man. That guy, I didn't wait for that news to come out. I told you all that shit the moment I found out about it. Like, pretty much, I did my research, got the police file, and I publicized it and let you all know. There were people that told me you should have waited. You shouldn't say anything. I don't get what the fuck y'all doing. Is this a movie? Is this a reality TV show where you just withhold information so you can create a suspense? That's not how I operate. That's not how journalism operates. And so I felt like it was important for people to know that in that moment because, number one, it led to some change. Now, did it change or influence the outcome of a DA's race? Okay, no, that wasn't necessarily what my intention was either. What my intention was that the people that was in that room, the people that have children that's in that room or in those spaces, I wanted that community, because I live in West Philly, I wanted people to know there is a sex offender, there is a man who is molesting children that is in your space. And if we don't share that and we don't get it, whoever knew about it and said nothing that was in that room, there's a cold place in, there is a special place in hell for you. But that's the kind of stuff for me where, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, we talking about protecting children. You telling me that ain't the right time to say something. I'm sorry. And these are people who have children who told me this. I said, so you're okay with your child? I don't even have any kids. But the fact that somebody, the fact that I care about children, you don't have to have kids to care about children. The fuck, like, or what are we talking? Like, I just feel like, what world are we in now? That if there is a registered sex offender in a space where children are around, in a space where adults are around, and literally this person is roaming and freeing the area and no one knows, and you know, and you don't say anything? No, absolutely not. Absolutely the fuck not. And I think that's the problem, is that community has lost itself. Journalists as well. You have actual credible information, vetted information that you can, that is permissible, right? And you're withholding the information because you're waiting for a turn up, you're waiting for this special opportunity to do something. Like, what is that? Not with people's livelihoods, not with people's safety. And so we've seen a lot of this lately. Maggie Habershman and all of them over at the New York Times. We're seeing all these reporters that are like out, Bob Rudolph with his book. Oh, there's some important information we know about government intelligence and things, and we're not going to say things. Jeffrey Goldberg, who's at The Atlantic, right? He's the editor there. The moment he was in that Signal group chat with all the stuff with Pete Hegseth and all of that, that man got on that shit and reported that shit ASAP. That is what you're supposed to do. You don't go and go, wait a minute, I'm in this group chat with all this special intelligence and shit. I'm going to be quiet. I'm just going to sit here for weeks and not say nothing and just get information, and public safety could be. You don't do that. That's just not how this works. So there's a lot of ethics that are just being violated right now, and people are just capitalizing off of it in a very advantageous, gross way, and the public can see it. And this is why the public is becoming to be more and more distrustful of journalists because they don't know, because we've gotten, not myself, okay, but the industry has gotten way more capitalistic and advantageous of certain things that should not be. If journalism is a public service, you have to treat the work in that regard. Look, make your money, all of that, right? But at the end of the day, the job itself, the way in which you're supposed to work, is supposed to be of a public service to people. And it's becoming less of a public service and more of entertainment, installation. And it's like, are we reading these books for entertainment, or are we reading them for education or information? I just come from the mindset that journalism at its forefront should be informative, that it's supposed to be information that is credible, factual, and you're supposed to take that information and make decisions, hopefully smart decisions based off of it. That's what it's supposed to be. There might be some juice. There might be some other things. Yeah. But at the end of the day, the core crux is that it's supposed to be useful information that is supposed to be useful. I think it's important. It was important for me at the moment I found out that a ward leader was a convicted pedophile and he was literally in a public vicinity amongst people that may have had children around. I thought it was important for me to say that shit immediately. I wasn't going to fucking wait, like, the fuck is that? This is not what are we talking about? So how many times was this man supposed to be out in the public just mingling around people? If the district attorney didn't know who the fuck it was, I think the district attorney should have knew. And so I let the district attorney know. I mean, he's mad at me about it. I don't know why. Because I told you that somebody at your office convicted, you was there seeking an endorsement from a man who your office just convicted. And I'm confused. You didn't know. Okay. Now you know. But you're mad. Why are you mad? You mad at me? Why are you mad at me? Aren't we all supposed to be doing our jobs here? Oh, okay. See, people will tell on themselves based on their own reactions and responses. Because if it was as innocent for me to report the news, it should have been just as innocent for you to respect that and not retaliate. But clearly I must have been messing something up that was supposed to be happening, because your reaction for something like this is not giving what it's supposed to be giving, which tells me that whatever my gut instinct was about what was going on was probably what was going on. But it's all suspicion at this point. But this is what I mean, right? This book about Biden, right? You want to tell us about stuff that you now know or knew, but y'all didn't say anything about that maybe could have sped up the process to Biden having not been in the position. But at the end of the day, I hear all this. This is what happens when white men white-splain, mansplain. This is white mansplaining 101. This is white liberal splaining 101, which is always trying to avoid the obvious uncomfortable truth in lieu of a more extemporaneous, researched excuse. What I mean by that is, rather than simply say, you know what? There were people who just did not want a black woman to be president. And they don't want a woman to be president at all. Whether you have a white woman who's married to a former president, or you have a black woman who's married to a white man, the similarity is this country does not like women. And interesting enough, they don't want women in power. Women don't want women in power. Men don't want women in power. The only people that want women in power are black voters, because we largely have voted for the women both times. Interesting. Black voters don't mind a woman being president. Black men and black women. As a voter base, we're okay with a woman being president. So I'm going to take myself out this conversation, because I voted for both of them and had no problems compared to what we had to look at. So whether you had the idea of Trump before he ran, even with Trump fully in, the country would never want a woman. So the math is saying Trump has always won a race where he went against a woman. The only time Trump has lost is when he went against the man. Okay? That was Biden. So you can say what you want about politics, but what this is telling me is the fact that this man ran for a third time, and this time against a woman, he won. But you're telling me if he would have ran against a man, because that's the problem. Trump can't win against a man. I'm just saying. He can't win against a man. Because if they was going to vote for Trump again, then they would have voted for Trump then. What was the difference between Trump in 2024? Mind you, he had convictions and shit compared to the 2020 Trump. Oh, I know the difference. It's got nothing to do with the pandemic. I thought that what it was. No, it's a man. If Trump ran against another man in 2024, he would have lost. That's just the fucking truth. You all are trying to think too deep about this. This country does not want women for president. They don't. Black voters do, but y'all don't like black voters either. So black voters, common sense loses, but that's all who want women to be elected to office. Everybody else in your respective communities, white women, listen, all that yelling and screaming, y'all vote for men each time y'all have a chance to vote for a woman. That's just what the numbers are showing. White women, y'all are not united. You're not united like black voters. Black voters are united, okay? Largely we are, okay? Y'all don't want women. White women don't want white women. White women don't want black women. White women don't want women in the presidency. That is what the numbers are showing me. Since we want to be Ezra Klein with it and be wonky with the numbers with it, let's box this shit out of this number. That's what the numbers show me. Y'all don't want women. Okay? So now that we got that out the way, what are the patterns that we're seeing here? Because Jake Taper, that shit is bullshit. Let's get into the numbers of the analysis. Let's do a different type of analysis here. Because y'all look at the wrong thing. Trump, every time he goes against a woman, wins. Trump, when he goes against a man, there is a push. There is a tug. That's the pattern. The pattern is men. Sadly but true. And as a black voter, I can do either or. I could do a black president. I could do a white president. I could do a man. I could do a woman. We, as black voters, will do it all against the face of evil. We've always been voting against the side of evil. Since the 80s, baby. We did not want Reagan. We didn't want the Bushes. We've always been on the right side of history when it comes to our votes, especially in this modern era. Okay? Our track record is undeniable. So undeniable that even the small percentage of us that are interested in Trump, y'all will make whole stories about it. But there's tons of white women in America that supported Trump, and y'all don't give them any stories. Why is there no articles? Why is there no data in journalism obsessing over white women? Like, why white women did it? Y'all spend so much time worried about outliers. Oh, Candace Owens here. Waka Flocka over there. Like, y'all will spend all this time cherry picking one or two little black people that will vote for or support a Trump. But they don't even they had no material impact on this election. But y'all will obsess over that little data when that's not enough to win or lose an election over. Clearly. Because if black voters had that much influence, the election would have been so different. I'm not saying Trump didn't get no inroads with some people, whatever, but the over embellishing, the over calculating, the over indexing of black involvement with that is just grounds me, because you will focus on these little things and ignore the forest. You're focusing on the trees and not look at the fucking forest. The forest is everybody else, right? The forest is gender to a large extent. It's gender, right? And race and gender in combined, right? Because This country said, we'll take a black man over a white woman. Hell, even the Democrats did in 08. They said, look, Hillary, I know you're in this primary and it was supposed to look like you, but we still want Obama, right? And that was because of black voters, because black voters was the moving mechanism. See, if black voters would have said, okay, we're still rocking with Hillary, Hillary could have won that primary. But you put a black man in against the white, then it's like, okay, that changes. With Kamala, you look back, right, in 2020, it was, okay, Biden had that strong push on black voters. We was not rocking with Kamala for the presidency in 2020. We went with a white man. We are pragmatic voters. We don't run off of identity politics, which is why when I heard Bernie Sanders talking some of that shit in one of these little podcasts last week, y'all really let it go off for that. I was like, whatever. The identity politics conversations and that language, I tell people it's a dog whistle for DEI. It's a misinformed dog whistle of saying black and brown people and queer people. Stop it. Because black voters have been the most pragmatic voters. We actually know when to support our own and when to say, you know what, that may not be a winning strategy for our overall collective sense of self. We've done this more often than not. On a local level and even on a national level. We have done this throughout our entire career. There have been black people that ran for seats and people will say, oh, he gonna get the black vote. And he didn't get the black vote because of the fact that we don't vote like that. We typically say, do you have a real chance? Is your policy speaking to us? We could vote for Westmore, right? And go hard for Westmore. But then we can look at a person like a Malcolm Kenyatta and go, I don't know about Senate, bro. I don't know about Senate, right? We as black voters have that ability. We do it better than everybody else. We do it better than white women. We do it better than white men. We do it better. We know how to separate our identities from our votes when it comes to we're worried about our community vote, our collective impact, but we don't just trust identity for it. White men do that all the time. White women do it all the time. They're doing it with Trump. They're literally voting against their own interest. Poor, rural, white men and women across the South in that belt are literally about to get fucked over because they voted for a white man. They literally said, we want a white man in office, and you all voted for that white man, and now you're not about to get Medicaid and you're not about to get your SNAP benefits. Black voters was like, actually, yeah, 2020 was like, yeah, we like what Kamala has to say, but I don't necessarily know if she's going to be able to execute this. Some people said back then, I remember, maybe vice president for her. Let me see how she's doing vice president. She became vice president. And the moment Biden moved, black voters was like, put her up there. It's her time. Don't skip her. Don't do that. And that's how it happened for her to get that nomination. But she also could do the job at that point. I have no doubt that Kamala Harris would have been a great president. But guess what? If she tries to run again in 2028, I don't know if I'm going to be as crazy about that because I'm going to go put on my pragmatic mode. See, we did this this is the mistake we made, y'all. If we pay attention to history, when Trump beat Hillary, we said as black voters, we said, you know what? The only way to beat Trump is to get a white man. A white man can beat Trump. Because if a white woman can't beat Trump, we gotta get a white man to do it. An old white man just like him. And what happened? Biden was the old white man that beat Trump. Now Trump runs again. And people just thought, you know what? Trump can't win again. Maybe we can get greedy. Maybe we could get another person. Maybe the country has changed enough that we could be able to make progress. And now we don't even have to look at Trump again. Because look at what we've done. And so we thought, okay, let's try to see if Kamala can get it, right? The country has made some inroads, and quite frankly, Trump has gotten worse, right? There's no way he'll get elected. And then he got elected. So at this point, what we know now is Yeah, I'm not about to risk it. I don't necessarily know if I can put another black person in or a woman. I definitely know a woman, we can't run a woman in 2028. That's just my gut instinct. I'm not being sexist. I'm just acknowledging this is a sexist country. And I recognize that either we are smart enough to not let history repeat itself, or we could just try to live in this imagination that this country is more progressive than what we know it is. This country does not want to elect a woman. That's what the data shows. Okay? Since we want to be wonky with it. The data shows this country does not want a woman. So I cannot encourage Kamala Harris to run for re-election because Hillary couldn't do it and Kamala couldn't do it. And both of the two of them were very, very experienced. More experienced than the president we currently have. This Hillary was a senator. Hillary was a first lady. Hillary was a secretary of state. Kamala was a vice president. You mean to tell me these two women held these very powerful positions and they were not qualified against the man who had no governmental experience whatsoever? So what that tells me is I'm not about to roll the dice no more. Democrats, it looks like you need to either get us, it looks like we might just need to get a white man. And that frustrates me to say that. It do. But unfortunately, our country is too racist and too sexist to vote. And so whoever that white man is, I just want you to know that you're not getting the nomination in 2028 because you was the best choice. You're getting the option because our country is in the worst state it is, and unfortunately, they do not want a black person or a woman to do the job. So unfortunately, we have to put you in, okay? All right, Josh, we'll take it. I'm hypothetically saying Josh. I'm not saying Josh Shapiro. I'm just saying Josh is a very name a lot of white guys are named after. Whoever it is, okay, that's just what it looks like it's going to give. I love Westmore. And in a different era, I wish Westmore would do it, but I'm just not seeing it right now. I'm not seeing it. Maybe my mind will change during the midterms. I don't know, but I don't trust it. And I'm a pragmatic voter. I'm not about to play these games with white people. And white liberals will set you up to say, well, I like Westmore. I would vote for him. Yeah, but your parents won't. And you know they won't. And if they were, they would have got Kamala in. And you ain't trying to have the conversations, uncomfortable conversations with your white parents or your grandparents because, oh my God, I'm going to be triggered. Well, if you're going to be triggered, there's no point to have that. I can't count on y'all to get the job done. Black voters, we tried to have the moment. The moment was good when it was good, but it's obvious that this country's not ready for this. And I want to hold on to as many rights as I can, and I'm not about to roll the dice and think that we're going to get this black political presidency again. It may not happen. I don't know. Get a white guy. Just do it. I think Jasmine Crockett was like, oh, the DNC is looking for a safe white guy. Well, you know what? Shit. Look, at the way in which we're going, we have lost $1.7 trillion in government spending. It would not have happened if we had a white Democratic president. I'm just saying. Y'all talk about Biden, but listen, is this shit any better? Now look at you. Is Palestine any freer? Is student loan debt any better? Did anything come? At least with these people, at least with Biden, you had some sense of hope. Even with Kamala being in there, if Kamala would have gotten it, there would have been some opportunity to entertain these things. Now you can't even entertain these conversations. Reparations, bye. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. Like, if anything, we're trying to hold on to what we still have left. We can't even consider new things. And if you don't like how real I'm sounding right now, don't be mad at me. Be mad at yourself. Be mad at your family. Because these are the people that put this together, that made this happen. And so at some point, you just got to be realistic about what that looks like and what that can be. I kid you not. It's time. It's time to have the real conversation. Some of y'all live in the wrong Democratic Party. That's all I'm going to say. Some of y'all live in the wrong Democratic Party. But I say all to say that the book is selling, Jake Taper's book, but a lot of people are saying that his reputation has been diminished since it's happened. Like, yes, he's got a bestseller, but a lot of people are not looking at him the same because of what he's done with this book. The timeliness, the lack of sensitivity, all of that has played a role. And so there's a lot to think about here. A lot to think about. So yeah, there's a lot. Um, there's a lot to digest. There's a lot to digest. But here we are. And as they say, we're not going back. Hopefully. Put it in perspective. So with local politics, the DA's race happened. Krasner got reelected as people expected. I mean, it was clear he was going to get reelected. A couple of judges won. Deborah Watson Stokes, she did win. Kia G won. Cortez Patton won. Leon King won. Sherry Cohen finally won something, thank God. She's a judge now. The family dynasty is complete. Her family, all the politicians, she won. Yeah. Yeah, it was a very blah. One thing I would say is that voter turnout was very low, as we predicted. They said when all the numbers came in, they said 17%. When all the numbers got calculated. It was edging towards 14, but it got down to about it got down to around 17, they said. Was the voter turnout. But that was averaged. There was a lot. The numbers are lower in certain wards and areas, specifically black districts. The voter turnout level was even lower, and it's a lot to look at. It's a lot to look at. It's a lot of just terrible numbers, and people get caught up in, oh, come on, Philly, we got to show up to the polls, we got to vote more. But there's a lot happening here. And a lot of people don't take the time to really understand what caused that. Like, how do you get a low voter turnout? And I said that there's a level of voter suppression. A lot of people ask me about that, And I think that's the reality of it all. That, voter suppression takes shape in different ways. It's not necessarily, oh, I'm going to intimidate you at the polls, right? So you're thinking of the 1960s civil rights movement, right? Where people said, guess how many, marbles in a jar, and if you guess the right number, you'll be able to vote. It's not that kind of voter suppression. There's a modern voter suppression that is happening within the Democratic Party in Philadelphia that is very subtle, but very potent. It is very quiet, but it is very glaring. And I've noticed this for over a decade of covering politics in Philly. When I first came, on the scene, it was covering stuff at Metro in 2015. I remember just looking at the ward system, and I think a lot of people don't even understand how the ward system works, right? Like how these wards work, and how they operate in Philly, right? There's a system. There are 66 wards, right? There are 66 wards in Philadelphia. 66. And there are open wards and there are closed wards. And there's not that many open wards. There are more closed wards than open wards in Philly. And a lot of people are like, what does this mean? How does this work? Because it's really the payola of the system. Right? We have there's a payola, I call it payola. And people say, what do you mean by payola? And I'm like, payola is a pay to play. And a lot of people are like, well, why are you saying payola? Why are you saying why are you determining the politics or whatever like that, right? And I said, well, if you really pay attention to a lot of the systems and structures around what we see, voter turnout is dictated in this way. So I think the only way I can explain the voter suppression is to explain the story of wards and how they work. So there are 66 wards in Philadelphia. There are a few that are open wards. There's not that many wards that are open. So I'm going to count my fingers. There's the 1st, the 2nd, the 18th, the 48th, the 51st, the 5th, the 8th, the 9th, the 27th, and the 30th. Those are all open wards. So we have about 10 wards. We have about roughly 10 open wards in Philly. There might be more now, who knows? But roughly a dozen, a little over a dozen wards. So that's mostly the open wards. Open wards, basically, everybody in that area gets to make a decision. Everybody gets, the way in which people endorse candidates is a collective, right? That's what open ward looks like. The open ward allows for people to be able to endorse independently from what the party might endorse, right? So the Democratic City Committee, right, oversees these 66 wards, right? The Democratic Party oversees them. These wards are made up of ward leaders and committee people, right? And they have a responsibility to their political party. So committee people are kind of like the neighborhood block captain. Committee people from each party are basically foot soldiers in their committee. They help people register to vote. They remind their neighbors to vote. They share candidate endorsements. They help staff polling places. It's an unpaid job, even though there is some money that goes in to help them on election day, right? But that's what it is. You have a ward leader and then you have committee people. The committee people serve under the ward leader. They all report to the ward leader. The ward leader is the big boss. Like, he runs the ward and that person has power. He or she has power, right? That's the breakdown, right? So if you have an open ward, the ward leader pretty much requires input from the committee people. They decide who they want to endorse. They may go against what the rest of the ward decides. Sometimes they might. But they pretty much have this autonomy that allows them to really, make a race exciting, because depending on the population of that ward, not all wards are the same. Some wards have a lot of black people because it's all over the city. They're all broken down throughout the city. Some wards may have a lot of rich people. Some wards might have a lot of poverty. Some wards have a lot of high voter turnout. Some wards don't. But they all carry their own unique identities. And so what you find is that if you are a candidate looking for election, you have to recognize that each ward has its own identity and its own purpose. And when you seek that endorsement of that particular ward, that ward in that area will work to get your candidate elected. So with that in mind, right, and I'm trying to make this the most simplest version I can, but also explain the structure. You have the Democratic City Committee of Philadelphia. Let's just focus on Philadelphia. It has, the leadership head, Bob Brady, right? He has his committee, his council, his team. And then you have wards. He oversees the ward leaders. The ward leaders answer to him. But then the ward leaders, the people that answer to the ward leaders, are the committee people. And so the Democratic City Committee, right, that is led by Bob Brady, they make their endorsements amongst ward leaders. And then the ward leaders go back to their committee people in their respective wards and figure out what they want to do. Now, in a closed ward, they just the power really just rests with the ward leader. The ward leader in a closed ward, which is most of the wards in Philadelphia, the ward leader makes their decision, his decision or her decision on who they're gonna endorse. There's no input from everybody else. Committee people don't really give input. They basically decide. Open wards, it's more like, hey, we independent, whatever we feeling. We may not agree with what the party wants to do. So, for example, you see situations where a couple years ago, when Fetterman was running, Fetterman did not get the endorsement. The Democratic City Committee endorsed Connor Lamb. But there were open wards, like the 27th ward in around West Philadelphia, that endorsed Fetterman. And then people were like, well, how did Fetterman win Philadelphia by large? Because a lot of these open wards supported Fetterman. And if you actually paid attention to those wards in question, a lot of those wards had high voter turnout and also had a lot of sway and power. And so because of how big their wards were and how, influential they were, they didn't want to just go with the flow and do what the party says. Closed wards typically do what the party say, or they go in a direction of their own, especially when there's an open primary where the party may not endorse a candidate or another candidate. They might choose how they want to move and let the wards decide. So, for example, with the DA's race, Krasner versus Pat Dugan, the two of them, that was an open primary. The party did not endorse Krasner themselves, but they let the wards choose. So there were some wards that endorsed Pat Dugan, some endorsed Krasner. It was open season for as far as endorsements go. But there have been times historically where the Democratic City Committee will make an endorsement, but in certain open wards, those open wards did not necessarily agree with what the party had named or who they supported for judge or for other positions. So that's how elections get a little bit more interesting, because not everybody's subscribed to the same thing. But keep that in mind, because this gets a little messier. So then within open wards, let's focus on these ward leaders. You might say to yourself, well, who's the ward leader and how do they get picked? Well, interesting enough, there are a lot of ward leaders that are actually elected officials. And so, yes, you have people who are ward leaders in certain neighborhoods that are actually currently sitting in office. Members of city council, several members of city council are ward leaders while they're also elected. And you're saying to yourself, well, wait, whoa. What's up with that? It is completely legal in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It is, election laws do not prohibit elected officials from being ward leaders simultaneously. And you're starting to go, I think I see what you're doing here, Ernest. Oh, I'm just telling you what's going on. I'm going to tell you where this goes in a minute. So you say to yourself, okay, why would anybody allow an elected official to have that much power over an area while they also have power in city council? Did you know a fun fact? Do you know that the mayor of Philadelphia is currently a ward leader? Yes, Mayor Sherelle Parker is a ward leader in her ward. She is the ward leader. Kathy Gilmer Richardson, the majority leader of city council, she's a ward leader. She became a ward leader of the 52nd ward after Stephen Jones, the convicted pedophile. That was her ward. He was the ward leader. And then before him, you know who was before him? Mayor Michael Nutter. There are lots of people who are ward leaders. Cindy Bass, ward leader. These are people in elected office that are being both a ward leader and a member of their respective office at the same damn time. A lot of people think that's a crazy thing. I agree. I think that's too much power. I think that's too much political power for any elected official to be a ward leader while also serving. I think that's a lot of power, in my opinion. I think it is. I think if you're an elected official, let somebody else have some influence. Because how do you separate potential conflict of interests? You know what I mean? Like, when we talk about situations where there's political corruption and issues that can stem and arise, I'm not saying any of these people, let me be very clear, none of these people I'm accusing of doing anything corrupt. But what I am saying is that when we say conflict of interest, a lot of times people say that even the appearance of a conflict of interest is still enough to not even deal with it, right? And so in a situation like this is that how do we prevent the possibility? The mere appearance of it can create a situation that alone should cause for people to recuse themselves. I've been this way my entire 10 years covering politics. I have never been in favor of elected officials being ward leaders. I don't think it's a good thing. I think that it stifles democratic expression. I think that it stifles civic engagement. And I'm going to tell you why very soon in a minute, because I want to break this down so you can understand that when I said that what happened this week was another example of voter suppression, let me explain. So now that we know this, now that we know how wards are set up, now that we know what people do, now that we know how the party operates in this type of situation, let's get into how I felt like this is suppression. For starters, who's responsible for voter turnout? The party. The party's responsible for voter turnout. Committee people are responsible for voter turnout. Ward leaders are responsible for voter turnout. You will say, well, what about the commission? Yeah, largely they do have a budget. But from the top of all this, it starts with the party, right? The party leadership that sets the tone for the wards, that sets the tone for the committee people within their respective divisions, right? I'm about to have some very uncomfortable truths and some things to think about. Things that we all have seen and we have not put together fully in our heads. When I went to my polling location, which is West Philadelphia High School, I saw more committee people in the damn gym, which was where my voting location was at, than I saw voters. They sat there throughout the day. People was asking, they were calling up elected officials, some of which were ward leaders, asking for pizza, asking for food and sandwiches. Money, right, that was out. Street money, as they will call it, to make sure the poll workers was fed and that they had these things and that they some of them got paid a certain amount of money per hour, whatever it was. But there was financial incentive and there was food. And I thought to myself, there's more money going into the actual infrastructure of the damn election day setup than what it really requires given the lack of voter turnout. So more money's being invested in cosplaying an election than actually doing one that is really efficient and actually robust. There are some polling locations that only had maybe 2-3 dozen people show up. But yet there were dozens of people on location site eating and stuffing their face the whole day and just chilling, just babysitting a location area. And you have to ask yourself, well, what about those are committee people, right? Yes. Have you seen these committee people throughout this entire election process? How visible was these committee people throughout this entire election process in your community? Some places had some people, right? Some of the more upper echelon spots, right? But in my location, they weren't out there this cycle. I didn't see anybody really passing out, knocking doors, flying. I haven't seen these committee people out and about in the neighborhoods and doing anything. I haven't seen much. It's like a ghost town. But all of a sudden, election day, they're ready to get food. But then they say, there's not that many voters. Well, think about it. If you haven't had that many voters, if you haven't engaged with that many voters throughout the election period cycle, how would you expect there to be a crowd the day of the election? And so this has been the logic I've had every election cycle that was not a midterm or a presidential race. Every time they announce these dismal ass numbers, I'm like, well, what did you expect? You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to get people to vote. So then the question becomes, do they know better? Or is this by design? After 10 years, y'all, it's by design. Let's keep it all the way 100. The Democratic establishment is primarily invested in keeping incumbents and the people that they nominate elected to these seats. They do not like competitive races. They do not want elections that are competitive. And the only way that you can keep an election less competitive is by having a less engaging cycle. So the party spends so much of its resources and energy trying to discourage candidates from running against their incumbents. Sometimes that makes sense, and sometimes that does not make any sense. They work on backdoor deals where they say, okay, you want to run for this position, but you can we put you here? And people make deals. I can name 1,000 different deals. I ain't gonna do it on this podcast. But you be like, wait a minute, I thought that person ran for this. Why did they run for this? Because a deal was made. And a lot of your faves, some of mine too, make deals. None of these people are actually running and winning seats without cutting fucking backdoor deals. Because the voter turnout is so fucking low and suppressed, and the party is so powerful in manipulating the way these elections turn out that they're engineered. They're systemically engineered to give the results that they want to give. And sometimes people slip through the cracks, right? Sometimes they can't control it as much as they would like to. But baby, 90% of the time, they have this down to a science. They know which wards are going to vote the way they're going to vote. The system is fixed before people can walk in the room. They know how the votes are going to be. They can count the votes. They can literally count how wards are going to show up. They have this down to a science. Literally, the way in which wards show up and vote is so identical to previous election cycles in the past 10 years that you will be like, how can this not be systemic? It is. It is. We knew the numbers before the numbers hit. I knew it was going to be a low voter turnout. There was never a fucking miracle because they do it like that on purpose. It's designed like that on purpose. Let there be a shakeup in a ward. Let there be a high number of people showing up and voting. Phone calls will get made. Threats will be given. Intimidation and retaliation will proceed. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've heard conversations with my own ears. You will see candidates run for judge and then disappear. You say, why the hell are they not running anymore? Because the party then pulled them aside and told them, if you stay in this race, we're going to lose this judge. We need this person to win. What do you want? We'll give you something next cycle. They do it. They all do it. I've seen it. No one, whoever tells you I'm lying, tell them come see me. Because I will point you to it. Every single person, most of your favorite, they've made deals. 90% of them have made a deal. To get an endorsement, to get a certain race. Deals are made all the fucking time. Some of it is legal. Some of it, I don't think it is. A lot of it is questionable. But they all do it. From the election judges to who oversees it, to the petition filings. It's rigged the moment, but it's already, the decisions have been made before a vote has been casted. And the truth of the matter is, a lot of people know this, and that's why they don't vote. They say, I don't want to play this stupid game. I vote because it's my right. I vote because, look, you use it or you lose it. I vote because even if I know my candidate may not win, or the person I might support or whomever may not win, I don't want to say I didn't give it a shot. Because every blue moon, something surprising happens. Sherry Cohen winning? What a pleasant surprise. Sometimes a miracle can happen. And sometimes they often don't. But you vote with a sense of hope, because it can feel like a lottery. But in many ways, it is rigged. And I'm not talking about Republicans. I'm not talking about them. We always want to talk about Trump. No. This is what they did this cycle. I'll give you examples. On two fronts. The Democratic establishment did not want there to be a lot of buzz around these elections, because they did not want to work harder and spend more money to have to fuel these races. The reason why is because, look, we saw what happened with Kamala. The parties were spending so much money trying to get Kamala elected. Some of them were. Some of them were spending a lot of money and wasted a lot of money during that damn presidential election, that they're trying to recuperate funds. That's one way of looking at it. But the other part of looking at it, which no one really wants to talk about, is, okay, so you recuperate some funds, right? You get some money. But then what happens when the person does not win? The person loses, right? What happens then when that person you might have supported don't win that seat? Another set of problems erupt. So there's a lot of relationships where people literally have to drop money to get endorsements. I think I've heard 50,000. That some of these candidates have to drop $50,000. They got to come to the party with $50K to secure the endorsement. Because if they secure the endorsement, they'll be on every single ballot. And then if they're on every single ballot, or whatever the ballot is, they're the party front runner. They're guaranteed to win the seat. So sometimes you can technically, in some cases, buy a seat. You could say, okay, I'm going to give you $50K. The party's endorsement, this is a predominantly Democratic city. The majority of the voters are registered Democrats. You're going to win. That's payola. That's what it feels like. That's what payola looks like, right? So you got that going on. And then you got the power of elected officials, right? So if you got an elected official who wants a certain candidate to win, they got their own political motivations that's driving them more than their committee people or their fucking ward. They might say, you know what? I'm going to endorse this person even if my committee may not want that. Because I got a backdoor relationship and deal with this candidate, and I'm going to not even consider the interest of my own ward, because I want to support a candidate that I want, because if they win, that benefits me in a certain type of way. So you got people that are ward leaders, that are elected officials, that are ward leaders, that literally are making endorsements of candidates, and it does not reflect. A good example would be like Amin Brown. He is elected state rep. He endorsed Dugan in his ward. His ward is not an open ward, it's a closed ward. He endorsed Dugan. But when the results came in, 80% of his actual ward supported Krasner. You could have just stayed out of that. I mean, if you didn't want to endorse Krasner, that's your prerogative, right? But you endorsed Pat Dugan, and is that really what your ward wanted? Or you could have just kept it, empty, right? or just open. So it's a lot of power that I think gets abused with these ward systems, especially with elected officials that get to make their own endorsements, because they yield that power to then secure their own personal legislative ideologies and deals. I don't want to hear anybody tell me that's not how the sausage gets made. I done did this for too many years. I done seen too much. Wrong one. Because I swear to you right now, if any of them wanted to tell me I'm lying, I will pull out files and just go, yeah, this primary in fall, this special election 2016, boom, 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 boom. I will sing. And I will sing a very long, glorious song about all of it. It's not necessary. I don't think I have to do that to prove this point. But I just think that sometimes people like to silence and suppress folks making a stronger point. This podcast is for the people. I don't do this to kiss ass for politicians to make them feel good. This is not what this show does. I know a lot of people do that. They want to be friends with them. They want their validation. Look, I'll say hi. I'll take a picture. But I'm going to call a spade a spade. I think that's the problem we're at now in society, is that people feel like you cannot respectfully disagree with something, and that the disagree means to be an enemy. That's how Philly operates. Oh, if you don't like something I did, all of a sudden you're the worst person ever. You're my enemy. We got to fight. No, we don't. I don't. You don't want beef with me. I'm not saying there's beef here with anybody, but I always tell people, I said, people like acting like beef. I said, let me tell you something, honey. You don't want beef with me. If I tell you we're good, you better take that and run with it. You don't want beef with me. I think there's a lot of people that do this thing where they love to run around saying, oh yeah, me and this person got this problem, this conflict. I'm like, no, you don't. You don't want it. Because when I have beef with a person, it is real. And I don't have beef with that many people. So that's how you know I choose my battles wisely. And so do some other people. You don't want that. If there's confusion, let's clear it out. But you don't want beef with me. Because people who have beef with me, they don't want beef with me. They're like, you know what, I just wish, let me swallow my pride and apologize. You better do that. And some people you just recognize, I just got to let you live because you're not even that important. And there's people that be doing that. Asserted man, ain't nobody came to see you, Otis. And I'm talking about the song. I'm not referencing certain Otis. But there's just certain people that be like, yeah, we beefing. We got an issue because listen. Whatever little social media disputes and disagreements I have with certain people about stuff, child, like, okay, all right. Don't call it beef, boo-boo. Don't call it beef. Oh, we had a disagreement about something. Cool. Don't call it beef. Don't make yourself that important in my world. Don't make yourself that important. Don't put yourself in it. Don't flatter yourself. Sometimes you got to tell people that. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. Because it can get deep. And I've had real deep situations. A lot of this shit is not deep. But people just want that. They romanticize the idea of having feuds with people. And it brings me back to this ward leader system. These ward leaders, they abuse their power. Some of them. Right? When a candidate runs for re-election, you know, they want certain things. They might ask for candidates to give them money. Oh, absolutely. Candidates, it's a grift. These candidates are running these wards. They say, oh, you got to give money to my committee people. You need to give us money because we're going to need to buy food on election day to make sure you get elected. So you might have given some money to the political party, but then you got to give money to these wards. So then you got to cut this ward a check. You got to get this ward a check. You got to get these people money. Because then once you give them money, then they're going to make sure that on election day, when you go, you know how y'all go walk up to the post. You know how people be giving you that little ballot? They know that a good number of those people that vote don't know who to vote for. Literally, when they give that paper ballot to them, people really like go line for line and vote what the party tells them to vote for. They're not informed voters. They're not informed voters. And the crazy part about it is you say, well, how can they be informed? Did y'all notice what happened? There was not one televised debate for the DA's race. There was not one televised debate. Most people get their information on races through news. More people watch a TV debate before they read an article in a newspaper, especially if there's a paywall. How were people supposed to get the information about the candidacy cycle? Radio played somewhat of a role, a little bit, right? Some of our grand folks and grandparents, but these young people, social media is not enough. Y'all keep thinking, oh, TikTok videos. That shit ain't working. Do you remember all of the work, all of the money that the Democratic Party spent for the 2024 election? Those barbershop talks, all of those different types of tactics, those parties, those mixers, all of that stuff they did, those concerts. Remember all that shit that they fucking did for the presidential race? We didn't see even a tenth of that. We didn't see with this race. And mind you, I get it. Not every single election has to get all of that type of hoo-rah-rah. But we got nothing for this race. And that was because there was no Republican threat, right? And that was because the Democratic establishment wanted to keep who they wanted to keep in power. That's why. And so now you might say to yourself, well, is there a way to change this? The only way you change it is if you change leadership. I'm going to say what none of these cowards want to say. Bob Brady got to go. It's time. Long overdue. Bob Brady got to go. But when Bob Brady goes, can we get some younger, more robust, critical-minded folk that's going to be invested, or are we going to get the same of the same? Because not only does Bob Brady has to go, but the way in which we operate this machine, the way in which this machine is being operated is not efficient. It's suppressive. And then they wonder why they can't get high voter turnout for these presidential races. Because if you spend so much time downplaying and reducing the level of attention, how are people going to be enthusiastic to show up during the midterms and show up during the presidential if you've made the rest of these races feel dry and boring? There has to be a change. There has to be a cultural change in the way that people decide to support. And we're not seeing that right now. We're not seeing it. I'm no fool. I'm no fool. I have been around. I've seen these elections. And I just think people get so caught up in thinking, blame the voters. You can't blame people about something they didn't know. Most people didn't even know there was a DA's race. They knew it was a race, but they didn't know when the race was. It was not meant to be. If you was not in the political know, the people that showed up to vote were people who vote are already like elderly folk that vote like all the time. Why? Because a lot of them work from home, live from home, assisted living. They're considered super voters. A lot of these candidates will go to these nursing homes before they go to a college campus. A lot of them will go to a lot of those types of spaces, the hospices, the recreation centers, those community group homes. They will go there because they know older voters will vote, because most of them don't have much to do. A lot of them are not working. A lot of those individuals, they vote, they're engaged, but they're not the working population. But if you're talking about the general working population outside of unions, people are not voting. They're not voting. Stop lying. Stop saying, oh, a lot of people are not voting. Some of y'all listen to this podcast probably didn't vote on Tuesday. You probably didn't care. You probably didn't feel like it mattered. And that's by design. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that apathy is what they want to build. They don't want us to come out in high numbers. Because if you come out in high numbers, they have to work harder. They have to spend more money. And they don't want to spend no money. They don't want to spend any money. They don't want competitive races. They want to save their money. They purposely do not want to have to engage as many voters. The number of voters that showed up was how many voters they engaged. They engaged 14% of the voting population. 17%, right? 17% is how much they engaged. They didn't want to engage anything more than that, because to do that was going to cost more money. So when y'all are asking me why is the voter turnout low, how much money did they put into these streets to get a high voter turnout? They didn't put money. They didn't invest. They didn't want to. They don't want high voter turnout. They need the vote turnout to be low so they can keep the incumbents in. They want the voter turnout to be low so that anybody they endorse and they support will be guaranteed to win. They can't get it. Listen, if the Democratic City Committee of Philadelphia was charging these candidates thousands upon thousands of dollars to run for these seats under payola. Like, this is payola. Okay? If they're asking people to pay, if I'm a candidate and I wanted to run for state rep, I'm going to tell y'all the game. I'm going to put y'all in game right now. Here's how this would work. If I wanted the party's endorsement for the seat, number one, it needs to be an open seat, meaning that I can't challenge. Because if I'm a challenger, then I won't be able to get the endorsement because it's an open seat, right? It has to be an open seat. So I got to figure out, okay, if I'm interested in running for office, like if I was trying to play this game, because I'm going to put y'all on game, because some of y'all listen and y'all don't do it right. Here's how this works. Who the fuck is retiring and stepping down from the party? Who's not running for re-election next year? Okay. Who's vulnerable? Who might not run for re-election? All right. Let's say in my district, hypothetically, my state rep is Rick Kaczewski. I will not do this, but let me be dirty for 5 seconds. Let me be dirty with this metaphor. Rick Kaczewski is my state rep currently. My party does not like Rick Kaczewski. My party has not endorsed Rick Kaczewski. That's the Democratic Party. They are technically, I'm a registered Democrat. My party, this party is not endorsing Rick. They don't endorse Rick Kaczewski, right? Let's say that I wanted to run for office. I don't want to run for office. Full disclosure. I need about $50,000. Okay. So let me get $50,000. Let me call somebody. Do I got $50,000? I have it on my own money. All right. I'm going to give Bob Brady $50,000. All right, Bob. Make it do what it do. Now, this is going to be a little tough because I'm going against an incumbent. And this guy has been in this seat for about 5 years now. Or really, no, 4 years. He's been in office about roughly 4. He's run for re-election next year. Okay. I'm going to need the party giving me this. They're going to have to revamp, right? They're like, you know what? We're going to have to really get people out. The Democrats going to have to come strong to do everything in their power to keep my seat against this challenger. Okay? There's a strong chance I could win. Is it guaranteed? No. But if I'm on that ballot and I got some strong endorsements, I say, okay, let me call Amin next door. Jamie Gautier wouldn't do it, but let me call my state senator, Vincent Hughes. Vincent Hughes might do it because, he's a party guy. I get the state senator. I get some resources. Let me call up some moderates that don't like him. Get some money up. I could probably unseat him. Demographic-wise, we're around the same age. We both went to college. We both went to the University of Pennsylvania. I'm black and queer. I don't know all his demographics, but he's black. But I'm black and queer. We're around the same age, similar backgrounds. Our politics are not exactly the same, but I could be a formidable challenger to him. He could lose. I need $50,000. Somebody might give me that $50K. Put it in my race, run against him. He could be out. There's enough voter movement where the Democratic Party can set it up where endorsements, open wards and stuff, I can get those open seats, those wards. Coordinate those wards with that coalition. Working Families Party, baby, sit back. Do you want to waste money on this race with a candidate that might be similar to you? That's how they do it. But you got to find the right candidates. And what they don't do, sometimes the Democratic Party don't do, the establishment don't do, is they will get candidates from opposite ends of the spectrum. That's not enough. See, there's a strategy to campaigns that people don't talk about, but it costs money. Money is at the root of it. Because when people be losing these seats, they say, why this person lost? Then they had the money. I know. Did they cut the check? Then they cut the check. They ain't going to win. That's how I know. And so sometimes candidates got to cut checks. That's what they do. That's why when you be wondering, why this person won? How this person cutting a check? Or some backdoor deal. That was a really good backdoor deal. I'm just telling you. It's listen, if I wanted to be elected official, I could be elected official. If I wanted to be a state rep, I could be a state rep. If I wanted to be in a row seat, I could get a row seat. I don't, but I know enough. I know enough information on how to get one. That's how these people be winning. Y'all think it's some miraculous, oh, they woke up and somebody just believed in them. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. And in Philadelphia, the way that the voter system is set up, it's guaranteed to keep giving people seats. Them judges, a lot of these judges didn't need to win. Some of them shouldn't have won. Some of them were not qualified to win. Some of them should not be a judge. Some of them don't even... Let me be quiet. If you actually looked at some of these people who ran for judge, and you actually looked at their background record, you would see that a lot of them were not beat for the job. They shouldn't have had the job, to be quite honest. But alas, right, tis, you know. Moving along. So I'm going to address this briefly. There's a lot going on, but I do want to address this briefly. That ward leader that I talked about earlier, Stephen Jones, the one we've been talking about throughout this episode, he will spend about a month in jail and 2 decades on house arrest. The victim's mother, which a lot of people speculate that the victim was his granddaughter, the mother said in court on Thursday, "I hope the devil comes to you." This is Stephen Jones. He's 80 years old now. He was sentenced in the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas to 3 to 4 weeks in jail, which is about the time it will take to be processed for the 20 years of house arrest he will be ordered to serve. In 2023, he was arrested. And let me back up real quick. What I'm about to say and the things about to come is there's a trigger warning around sexual assault. And so I just want to put that out there that for about 5 minutes, if you want to pause this or whatever, I'm going to get a little descriptive about some things. Not too descriptive, but just want to put that warning out there as I proceed. So I'm putting that there right now. Okay. So if you want to pause it, you want to skip 5 minutes, whatever you want to do, I just want to put that there because it is a little disturbing. So moving into this. In 2023, he was arrested for molesting a child while they were watching a Disney movie together. And this is according to prosecutors. He was over the 52nd ward, which was annoying because it's the 59th ward. I think they called it the 52nd ward. It's the 59th ward. But it was disturbing what happened there in the 59th ward in West Philly. And this is the Democratic 59th ward, by the way. But yeah, he was convicted on 4 charges related to aggravated indecent assault of a person under 13, unlawful contact with a minor, corruption of a minor, and indecent assault of a person under 13. That was his charges that he was convicted for. 4 charges, which is disgusting. Now, the judge, who of Court of Common Pleas Judge Tracy Brandeis Roman, she listened to a lot of stuff that was said in court. She referred to the minor as a hero. But she said that the court factored Jones's advanced age, his diagnosis of stage 4 lung cancer, and his other health ailments. And so a lot of the justification for his sentencing was based on his health. And so they thought that house arrest was a better punishment. The woman in the court, the mother of the victim, was very disgusted by the sentencing. She said, "This man destroyed my daughter's life. He harmed my kid." She called him a bully in the court. She said, "You stand behind that ward leader position. You are sick. You are a freak." The prosecutor said that apparently his defense attorney, said that to the judge that there were tons of letters written by members of the community in support of Jones and his long status in the community. But the prosecutor shredded that and said there are 2 Stephen Jones. They said that he's the community leader, the man who donates money, volunteers with children, and Jones, who was sexually attracted to children. He's power hungry. He's a liar. He took no accountability. He even tried to tell, he had conflicting statements of the assault to prosecutors. He tried to make the assertion that this young minor, this young child, came on to him. There's a lot of problems there. Now, Brandeis Roman, who was the judge at the time, she told the court that when she was reading the briefings during the sentencing, she said she had not known that Jones was a ward leader. And as she said that she, quote unquote, this is what she said to the court in justifying her ruling. She says, "I do not give him a pass in any way, shape, or form. But in front of me is an 80-year-old man who takes 14 medications, who is undergoing chemotherapy, and who has 0 prior record." That is what the judge is saying. Now, I want to say this before I move on. Judges are oftentimes has to be voted in every 10 years for reinstatement. This particular judge, just stating the facts, is that Judge Tracy Roman is running for retention to the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas on November 4th, 2025. And so I'm just stating that she is running for retention for that seat. And as a voter, you get to decide whether she gets to be reinstated as a judge this upcoming general election or not. I just know, in my opinion, that, and I know that I'm not saying she knew what she didn't. That's not what I'm saying. But I just feel like deep down in my gut, in my consciousness, I feel like if this man was not a ward leader, that the way in which this case has went down for the past 2 years, that the way in which he's been handled, this would have been handled that way. And at the end of the day, everybody keeps saying they don't know. They didn't know he was a war leader. All these judges, everybody involved, Krasner, DAs, everybody's claiming they didn't know anything. At the end of the day, if you think that a ward leader who sexually assaulted a young girl should serve about a month in jail, that's it? Reinstate her. If you think this is not a good decision and you think this is problematic and you're concerned about how other decisions are going to be made in court, you decide how you want to reinstate somebody, because them reinstatements matter. Elections matter, judges matter, and that's what I keep telling people. So, mm, 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 a lot. And by the way, I sidebar before I get into Ask Ernest. This is quite the episode, I know. But it's like a Memorial Day special. We always like to give y'all something a little bit long to digest and process this week. I did hear about that syndicated supplement in the Inquirer last week that had AI generated content. Um, the Inquirer is denying that they had any direct involvement with it. Apparently, whoever created this summer reading guide of book reads that had AI generated content, the AI content violated the Inquirer's policy, apparently. And that's what they're saying. Child, whatever. Take that L. But before I move on, also, you all been asking about this Wesley Laurie because he's back in the news. More people have accused him of being a creep, pretty much, of inappropriate behavior with a lot of women, women who were aspiring journalists, all types of conduct, and a lot of people were very much so. They said, "Hey, didn't you know Wesley?" This, that, and third. I'll say this much. I was in the industry, many, many years. I haven't seen Wesley Laurie in, it's been about 5 years. I haven't seen him in years. What I will say is that I didn't know him. Like we weren't besties, to be very clear. He was like many people in the journalism industry. He was around my age. He's in his I think he's like 35. I'm 33. He was a super talented journalist that he won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. I mean, he was on top of the world. I mean, he was on everybody's panel, everybody's event, so you could not see him. And, I respected his journalism, at the time. I think he did some great work. And, I got a chance to see him a couple times. But I will say respectfully, he was always distant from me. Like, there was there's journalism, this industry, it kind of feels like high school a little bit, where there's the cool kids, the popular kids, the indie kids, the weirdos, everybody got their little cliques. There has always been I don't want to say mean girls, because but there was always a very cliquish group of black journalists. Do I want to name names? I'm not even gonna name. Fine, whatever. Why can I? Fuck it. This is Ernestly speaking. I'll name some names. But there was always a group, and it still is that group, right? And I never fit in fully with them. They know who I am. I know who they are. I've gone to certain events when I was quote unquote eligible, right? When I was worthy of their attention. Yeah, I could go to a couple. I would see them at similar parties and rooms. But these were not necessarily my colleagues and friends. They didn't see me as that. They saw me, some of them were threatened by me because they always thought that on the low I wanted their job. I wanted to be at the New York Times, or I wanted to be at Washington Post. So anytime I had a guest op-ed come out, or I wrote for this a magazine or something, or did something of prestige in that way, they would then get weird and be like, hey, what's up? Or it was just very, very fake. And early in my career, when I was in a lot of the national media outlet spaces and conventions and NABJ and all that, I ran into these people in those spaces. And so, yeah, at certain parties and mixers, awards and things like that, we would see each other in that space. But to be honest, 90% of them I wasn't hanging out with outside of that. I couldn't tell you about who they were. And then as I got older and shit started happening to me in the industry, I began to find out a lot about these people and was like, oh, there's some fucked up individuals. Oh, that's how they're at the top. Oh, that's the kind of stuff they would do. Oh, these are the type of mean games they would play. Oh, these are some really oh, they're a little cliquish. Oh, okay. And there's a little group of them, right? And they're writers and they're in this certain type of little orbit. And some of the people that I'm going to name, some of them are good people that I like. And some of them I don't like. I'm not going to tell you who I like. I'm not going to tell you who I don't like. I'm not going to play into that game. But there is a clique. There is a very cliquish group. And some of y'all might look and be like, yeah, I see. I see the clique. They're in the same circles. And it's a certain group of them. There's a guy named Ernest Ernestly. I don't really know him that well, but he's at New York Times. He's on CNN. Nicole Hannah-Jones, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Aaron Haynes, Yamisha Sindor. I like her. I do like her. Specifically, I like her. Wesley Laurie, he was in that group, in that network of those types of folk. Yeah, it was a certain group. It was April Ryan, Tremaine Lee. It's a certain group. They all hung out with each other. Joy Reid would be in the mix. A lot of those TV commentating, those type of folks. It was like a core group of those folks. They was in the same circle. Go to the same events, same parties, same panels. It would be all of them always in the same orbit. And it was a lot of gatekeeping. Some of them. It was a lot of gatekeeping. Like, if you wasn't who you knew, if you was friends with this person, okay, then you can come. Where did you write? If you didn't write for this place or these places, you didn't matter. It's very cliquish. Very, very cliquish. And when I was early in my career, I was weird to them because I was winning national awards. I was in the conversation, but I didn't come from the circles they were in. I didn't go to Columbia School of Journalism. I wasn't at Medill. I wasn't Medill's at Northwestern. I wasn't in, Syracuse circles. I wasn't in any of that. And so I kind of came through and everybody was like, who the hell is this? Who we know? Where you come from? Who's vouching for you? And so there was a lot of, listen, I could do a whole autobiography about my 20s in the journalism industry. That would be a tell-all book that will fly off the charts. I'm not going to say I won't never do that story, but there's just so much history. And so what I will say is that I knew of Wesley because I was in those rooms. I was in some of the rooms when I got the invitation, when I won the award, when I was, got invited to the panel. I was in those spaces. What I would tell you is a lot of those dudes are dogs. A lot of them are dogs. A lot of them are dogs. Bark, 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 bark. I won't say all of them are abusers or anything like that, but some of them definitely got some issues. Substance abuse, drugs, alcohol. Don't know how to act when they're under the influence. Oh, trust me, child. Couple of them, But once I got out of that scene, really for me, when I got banned from NABJ, a lot of them turned their back on me. A lot of them gave me their ass to kiss. A lot of them was like, oop, well, on to the next. And listen, that's just how the people do. So I don't hold that grudge. But what I will say is that a lot of those people in those circles, right? Stuff was, once you get out of that orbit, people begin to be comfortable to tell you things. And I did hear some things about him. And a couple other people that have not been, quote unquote, exposed yet. And I will say, hearing the things, these stories that are out now, I believe those women. I believe them. I believe that sister, some of them sisters that was selling. I believe it. I believe it because I know there's other people in that circle that have done similar things. And they don't say nothing. They don't say anything about it. But all I'm going to say before I move on, because I don't want to harp on it too much, but I just want to say that the powers that be in these leadership positions, these newsrooms, these directors, these VPs, all these folks, they know this shit. And they don't say anything. Because it doesn't cost them anything. Right? They don't say anything because if somebody's making them money or giving them prestige, they don't want to touch it unless somebody really shakes the table. And that's what happens all the time. Whether it's Me Too for white folks, black folks, these people get drunk off of this power And there's no checks and balances. There's none. There's none until people force it to happen. And so I've seen enough to know. And what I will say is that a lot of people in those circles, they knew. They just mind their business. And some of them didn't care because it wasn't their business. That's always been the culture. A lot of people wouldn't tell certain people, hey, keep your hands to yourself. Hey, chill out. You need to relax, because they were benefiting off of the clout chasing. This man won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. This man was connected to all these different projects. They wanted to get the bags. They wanted to get the connections. So they didn't care. I will tell you, I didn't know. I knew he was a flirt. That wasn't anything different from whatever. But the stuff that has come out now is stuff that became real to me. And I started hearing about a year ago when people started coming to me and like, oh, I didn't know if you didn't know this or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, child, I was trying to make a way through the career industry too. I was trying to, hobnob, they wasn't, listen, people wasn't letting me in that close. Some folks, I would just leave it at that. But these circles exist. These cliques exist. People be out here protecting folks just to make money, just to be relevant, just to whatever. But then when the shit goes down and everybody gets quiet, then everybody is ghosting, which is very telling. Very telling. So I'll leave it there. So this week's Ask Ernest, I wrestled with this. I wrestled with where did I want to go with this, but I felt like I wanted. We're about to have Pride Month next week. Is Pride Month, and the older I get, the more I think about things differently or not, right? And so what came out of this conversation is everybody's talking to me. A lot of y'all hit me up about Boss Man D-Lo, which is a rapper. I don't really know who he is as a rapper. Like, I don't know if I've listened to his music. He's not that big of a star. But he is in the news because either someone who is gender non-binary, they might be trans. I don't know if they identify as being transgender, but there is someone who is definitely androgynous in their presentation. It's very queer. Their presentation is, they might identify as a male or not. Either way, I don't know how they identify, but in many ways, their presentation, it's obvious that they might be someone who, in certain ways in which they present themselves, will be feminine or masculine. They could be a cishet man, not cishet, because the head is heterosexual. They might be cisgender as a male, but present in a very feminine look where, if you look at a picture, do a double take, you might assume it's a cis woman, off of some of the Instagram pictures. But whatever the case is, there's someone who is queer on some level of the sexuality, gender expression spectrum. Okay. So this person decided to expose, and the word expose, because that's the way in which they did it, and that's how they described it, this rapper who presents as a very hyper masculine male rapper that people assume was straight. But they felt like they wanted to expose this person as being in their DMs, wanting a sexual type of relationship with them. And they argued that exposing this man for being, I guess DL or on the down low, that this is what they wanted to do because they felt like, I guess they're a sex worker. I guess they identified as a sex worker, and they were the individual, and they were saying that I guess this person was trying to have these sexual experiences with them, but was not trying to compensate them. Or, mind you, they hadn't done anything. Everything had been messages. It doesn't seem like they had an in-person reaction whatsoever, but they decided to go online and expose them and attempt to humiliate them and, and all of that. It's, as I've gotten older, I have had different thoughts about all of these things. And I think the time in society as we have evolved, the more we understand about sexuality, people, down low, not down low, all this shit, we as a society has evolved in our education understanding of it, which means that we as a community, as a people, should also evolve on how we treat and we act. And so this situation is an indictment of a lot of different communities and people. And I don't want to have this conversation with a straight person. So please, straight people, do not DM me and talk to me about this. I'm having this conversation for education for everybody listening, but I don't want to talk to a straight person about this because I find that a lot of these conversations regress into stereotypical, problematic, misguided, misunderstood realities about what the fuck is about to come out my mouth. And at the end of the day, the individual in question, the queer person that outed this person, yeah, what they did is wrong, but it's also something about you all that still makes it, you all will be the reason. Straight people will always be the reason for homophobia. White people will always be the reason for racism. Like, we could talk about internalized racism, internalized sexism. Men will always be the reason why sexism will be the biggest fault of sexism. Even if, for example, we can say white women voted against their best interests. They did so in a patriarchal society where they did not see freedom for themselves without a man involved. The patriarchy is so intoxicating and so drunk that people don't see a future that does not exist without patriarchy, which is why you will see women vote for problematic men like Andrew Cuomo, like Trump, because they don't envision a world where they can win without it. And that's just the sadness of it, right? Even with voters, right? Like, we have pragmatic black voters because of the fact that we have seen, history has shown us time and time again that voting for the most progressive black candidate sadly will not happen. And if it do happen, things could be worse for us than better for us. But that's a byproduct of the way that white supremacy has been designed. And so at the end of the day, it's always going to be white supremacy's fault for racism more than the black person that might make a decision that might be anti-black. It's always going to be the culture and environment that creates that reality. I blame straight people for DL culture. It is straight people's fault while we have a world in which men at their age or success does not feel comfortable being out. Because we live in an environment of straight people that will literally harm, torture, murder, discriminate, and fuck up the livelihoods of people who are just simply trying to exist. So I understand that the culture which that leads to it, because a lot of times we talk about, this DL conversation and we try to act like people like, it's 2025, do you? Y'all don't know. Okay. Yeah, okay. You don't believe that shit. It's not easy for people to just be them and do them. Even in the time we're in, it's not easy. Because the industries that people are in, the work that people do, you all make it hard. People tell me every day, oh, you could have gotten this, but you know how it is. That you know how it is part, that's them saying, this country racist, Ernest. This country sexist, Ernest. This country's homophobic, Ernest. So if we know that those realities exist, then why are we still shocked that people are on the down low or in the closet, whatever? Why are we surprised about that? You all will sit up and smile in a gay person's face and then turn around and say, oh, I don't want my kid to be gay. Excuse me? I'm confused. What's wrong with being gay? And then you'll say things like, well, I don't want them to have to go through anything or go through any hardship. So you recognize we live in a world where it's still hard for gay people. But then you're still acting like you don't understand why people are hiding that in shame. Because we live in a society where straight people have made it shameful to be gay. Still, in 2025, we still got people making jokes and pause and this and this and this and, like we seeing people do these videos, right? Like I saw where, this is trend on TikTok of men calling their friends, right? Straight men calling their straight friends and saying good night to them. And the mere fact of another man telling another man good night is oh my goodness, like, why are you doing that? That's gay. As if being gay is a problem. Like, why is gay being used as a pejorative if it's not homophobia? So if your friend is gay, your friend says goodnight to you, what does that mean? Are you scared? Like, what's the harm here? That's homophobia, y'all. And it's still socially accepted. It's still normalized in pop culture. It's still normalized in society. I experienced it. I had a situation a couple of months ago. I went to this school. It was an after school program, and it was with younger kids. It was like, I want to say they might have been middle school, like around like 11, 12 or whatever. And I went there, and there was a man who looked, it was a group of, it's just annoying to even think about it now, because I literally did a lot to just like ignore it in my head. But I went to the school, and they had, it was after school. It was like boys were on one side, girls were on the other side, and they had them. They were playing different types of games, and so they needed to get some volunteers to go on both sides. There was a lot of girls. There was a lot of girls who volunteered, and I was one of the few men who wanted to volunteer and work with the kids. And so the whole point was they wanted to get more black men to be at the schools to interact with the kids, talk to them, especially be mentors and talk to these boys. This guy who was there, older guy who was at the school, he sees me, he shakes my hand, and I notice he looks at my hand, he knows that my nails were done. And he knows that my nails, had whatever. And he looks at the nails and everything, and then he's like, oh, you just got those or whatever. And I say, yeah, these are my nails, whatever. So when he's trying to assign people to go to the boys' side, the girls' side, there was clearly an over number of women. So by default, they wanted to have more young black men. That was the plan, to go to be more with the boys' students. So I'm prepared to go over there. And he assigns me to a section with a bunch of girls. And I remember being like, well, I actually challenged him on it. I was like, well, hey, I mean, there's a bunch of women here. You got some of them girls over there with those guys. Like, she can take my slot. I'll trade. Because me and this other young woman who was volunteering, both of us was just like, she didn't want to be over there, to be honest, because she was cute. And the boy's a little fresh, a little bit like, they be making little things or something, being silly. She thought, like, I would be better with these young girls. Let Ernest go. And clearly I was there to be with the young men to help them or whatever. And he said, his response back was, oh, I just wanted them, I just wanted them to, I just thought, I just want them to be comfortable. And I was like, I thought he misphrased that by, I thought he was thinking about me being comfortable, because I was like, oh, if you think that because I got nails, I'm gay, I'm not comfortable. Like, I got I have younger brothers. I used to teach at an after school program. Like, I know how to deal with these kids. I'm not going to be uncomfortable. He doubled down and said, because I thought he had misspoke. He was like, well, I'm just, I just want them to be comfortable and feel safe. And that's when I realized what he was implying. And it's in those moments that I was like, I was not happy about it. I did say something about it. I mean, I ended up working with the young ladies. It was cool. We did a little project. It was fine. But I did say something to that principal, and I did say something to them about it. And the interesting thing is that there were queer young men in that space who, when I came in that space, I could just tell that their eyes lit up, and they finally felt like they saw somebody that could speak to them, that they could identify with, or whatever. And what a missed opportunity for those young men at that day, for that event, that because of somebody's homophobia, because of somebody's own bullshit, that they couldn't even fathom, like, maybe there's other people that one, I don't pose a harm, but two, that this could be beneficial for somebody else that they're not thinking about. And so those are the moments where I'm like, if I wasn't out, I would have had no problems being over there. And so I think about a lot of men who present differently from me. Some men that are masculine, some men that are, whatever, right? That they don't come out not because they're ashamed of who they are, but sometimes they don't come out because they know what type of structural discriminatory things will happen. It still does happen. And so, again, you can't frame it where I'm mad at DL people for not whatever, because in some ways, their livelihoods, all that's impacted. Now, let me back up, though, because y'all like, wait a minute, what about all? Oh, we're going to address all of this. But I want to lay the foundation, though, of how we still have this problem in 2025. Because we still live in a world where we see blatant examples of homophobia in everyday life. We see it on social media. We see it on TV. We see it everywhere, where people normalize second-class citizenship for people who are within this LGBTQ community. And if you're Black, it's even another layer to that, right? Where we see even more conversations about having multiple strikes against you, right? I'm Black. I'm a Black man. I'm in the church. I'm into this. I'm in that. Being gay is another strike, right? So there's people that got that mindset going, right? That they look at these levels of oppression or these identities as being strikes against them, which is very problematic to see it that way. But that is the conditions to which society has created that environment. So you can't hate the player. You have to hate the game. This game is rigged. It does not allow for people to fully be their full selves without a level of harm or risk. And if you start talking about different areas of the country and different places, it gets worse. So I just want to lay that foundation down before we get into this other shit, because that to me is part of the problem. So then moving past that, you have the optics of, okay, this rapper or whatever, this guy, right? He talks to this out person do it. Now, my whole thing with DL, man, and this is what back when I was a single girl, okay? When I was single, here's my thing. And this is what I'm going to say. I don't think outing people is a good thing, unless, and I do say that people say outing's not good because, it can lead to suicide. It can lead to mental health distress. It's not a good thing to do a person, blah, blah, blah. All right, that's fair. That being said. Now, however, I will say that when there were people who were homophobic and violent and hypocritical and did certain things to people, and you could be violent towards a person, if that person chooses to speak out, then at the end of the day, I'm not feeling bad for some violent homophobic person with some self-hate getting outed, because at the end of the day, you shouldn't be doing that. At the end of the day, if you're going to be who you're going to be who you are, but that doesn't require you to be homophobic. You could be in the closet without being a homophobic hypocrite. See, that's what I don't get. Like, people say they playing the part. You ain't playing the part. You ain't got to do all that, because I got great straight male friends who are completely comfortable in their sexuality, completely respectful, and guess what? They ain't got to be homophobic to prove a point. So I don't believe for 5 seconds that a person has to be, that in order for them to assimilate, they got to act homophobic and play into homophobic tropes in order for them to disguise themselves. To be honest, some of the ones that be doing the most homophobic stuff, them the ones that I be noticing as being a problem. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the problem that I get, is that I find that some of the ones that have been the most overtly homophobic, some of them, not all of them, let me be, because some of y'all make that mistake. Not all of these extreme homophobic men are also having a hidden sexual repression. That is not true. There are people that are just mean to queer people. They just are completely mean. They are very much so hateful and spiteful and violent, and that's just who they are. And it has nothing to do with their sexuality. They are very hateful, homophobic, straight people. Y'all got to stop acting like everybody that's doing it is on the DL, because then you will first of all, you will frame us like we're all no. Don't do that. The same way people do that stuff about women, like, oh, men who don't like women, men who are misogynistic, they don't really like women. They're not straight. They're really gay men. Don't do that. Stop acting like gay men. Stop vilifying gay men. Okay? Like, stop it. Like, no, there are men out here who are sexually attracted to women, but hate women as a culture. They hate their freedom. They hate their actual essence of independence. They see them as a piece to fuck, but not to actually love. So they are not attracted to men either. They're not. They are sexually attracted to women. They just don't see women as anything more than a piece of meat. Them men exist. Stop calling all the men gay. I hate that. Like, straight women, stop doing that. Stop acting like the most misogynistic men out here are gay. Stop painting gay men as villains in some story. Y'all got to hold some accountability for how fucked up y'all are as a people. The straights need to own their shit. Stop trying to act like everybody out here got to be a hidden. That's also homophobia. Homophobia is putting anything that you don't like about straight people or straightness and then acting like it must be something in queerness. It is not. It is not. Own your violence. Own your shit. Own the violence and the harm that has been perpetuated by that community. You don't get a patriarchy without homophobia. Did you know that? Oh, okay. Yeah, own that. Own it. It's y'all community shit. Like, as a man, I own the reality in which I know that men, whether they're gay or straight, that there is sexism in society that oftentimes harm. And mostly a lot of black and brown women more than anything else. But there is levels to this, right? We got to own that shit. Don't sit up here and do that whole, they must be. Any man who does that to women, they don't like women. Because I'm not sexually attracted to women. But I'm not misogynistic. I don't hate women. I don't. I consider myself a feminist, actually. I actually stand up and do. I love women, actually. And we got to stop acting like sexual attraction is the only thing that determines one's support of a community either. Okay? Because just because you're a white gay man that likes black gay porn does not mean that you're not racist. You actually might be more racist because you might be fetishizing black folks and black bodies for sexual desires, but that don't translate into your ideology around their liberation. It's called fetishizing. There's a lot of men that fetishize women. They don't give a fuck about women's rights, but they want their boxes and their bodies. There's a lot of people that don't give a fuck about black gay men, but they want our bodies. And whatever that fantasy of a BBC is, or whatever you'll call it, right? You better think about this. Because there's there's levels to this that's beyond just what we know, right? So putting that there on pause, right? Like putting that there, letting that marinate to the side. We on that chapter. Considering that reality, with a lot of men that I knew, not know now clearly, but knew back then that was on DL, it was two types of guys, right? There were the guys who were very repressed, very much so. This was a sexual thing for them. They had no love. They had no intimacy, no desire to date or be romantic with another man. They just wanted a sexual fulfillment. A fetish. It was a fetish. They had a fetish. Very, very, very turbulent, very violent, right? Then you had men that I knew that they just were attracted to men. And it was sexual, it was emotional, it was all the things. But they just did not see a reality for themselves that they could be out and be able to be successful and have that. And some of those men through time eventually came out, right? They were doing it for a family member. It was cultural reasons, all the things, right? That at a certain point held them back. And then at a certain point they got over it, or they took some time and with therapy, they got comfortable and they finally came out on their own terms, right? So we're dealing with different levels of this, right? What this quote unquote DL thing means. But what I will tell DL men that's on the down low, okay, not judging, somewhat, is you also got to be mindful about the situations to which you bear. Because I have friends, and even when I was single, I was like, I don't want to talk to a man on DL because they come with problems. Okay? They come with problems. If I'm out, I'm sorry. I don't have it. And you got to respect that. And some DL men, they don't respect that because they don't respect. And that's when the line gets a little blurry. When I was single, when I was younger, I talked to a lot of DL men when I was younger. Because also, I didn't necessarily want my business out. And so I was like, well, it's easy to deal with somebody where the whole world don't know who you're sleeping with or whatever. And also, you just want a good time. So it was convenient. But then when I got to a point where I was out, I wasn't, once I came out, I was like, I don't really want to deal with a DL dude. Because for me, it was like, well, I'm not hiding I don't want to hide my relationship. Or, you know, I want something more substantive. I don't just want to hook up. I want a boyfriend. You know, that was where my head was at. I don't want somebody that is like hiding me. Like, I mean, I get why you got to do it, but I don't got to do that. I don't want to do that. So I left those men alone. That was my thing. I left those men alone. I just was like, because sometimes it comes with problems. I done seen, you know, I can't tell how many horror stories I have heard of out gay men being killed or being harmed because they dated somebody that was on DL and the person on DL, you know, got outed because somebody got in their phone. And so then in the pursuit of trying to prove their masculinity, they gonna harm that person, right? I think about Moonlight, you know, which was an example on a little level, right? That young man met him, kissed him, you know, Sharon and him was on a beach, kissing, loving. And then the next day, this is the same man that's punching you and hurting you in public. Like, and then he turned around, he got that shit. Listen, that's the kind of shit though. Like, you don't want to be in no situation where somebody does not prioritize you. They're prioritizing their identity, their masculinity. And when a person is that hell-bent on that, they're never going to value your safety, your protection, or anything like that. They will not. Okay, that's just, they will not. They play those games. They win stupid prize. They will throw you under the bus. They will lie on you. They will do whatever to protect themselves. I have seen situations where a dude could be out and he was with a guy and they had a private DL relationship. And when the situation blew up, you accusing this man of sexual harassment and all the things. And this man had to go through an entire process of an investigation to pretty much prove that y'all had a consensual relationship and it was not that. But that's the kind of messy shit that some of these DL dudes will do to protect their identity because they're ashamed. I had somebody I knew, a good friend of mine, who lives in a different state, and they was working with somebody in the same workspace. They was messing around the low. Somebody caught them. They was fucking around with a colleague. Somebody saw them rub this person's back or something, but they were dating on the low. Rumors started swirling in the office. This person, you know, because they was on the DL, did not want no one to know. And they said, they framed it as, oh, yeah, they touched me, you know, but I was uncomfortable and they was my supervisor and blah, blah, blah. But low key, what this person didn't want to admit was that, no, y'all were fucking, y'all were dating, y'all had a little relationship going on. But because they didn't want to be outed, they framed this person who I'm cool with as if it was some sexual harassment type of thing. In the end, it all got cleared up, but the harm was done. And I had to tell one of my friends, I said, listen, I told you that's what you stop messing with these DL dudes. But he was like, look, I didn't want to date nobody in public. I don't want nobody to know my business. Okay, then date somebody outside the workplace. But don't you shit where you eat. And that was my mindset and advice to them. So, you know, we could talk about, you know, DL can be harmful, but I want you to consider it. Like, I just have this mindset, and this is my opinion. I think out people shouldn't date DL people. I don't think it benefits us emotionally, spiritually, physically. If you're somebody who's closeted, date another closeted person. because the level to which it will take an emotional strain. It will. It doesn't end well. It doesn't manifest the way that people think it does. It's also a lot of emotional labor and worth. There's a lot of eternal stress. Been there, done it. Listen, when I decided to say I'm gonna date men that's out, it did wonders for me. It changed everything. You don't get to have a marriage like this if you don't got two people that's secure in their relationship in themselves. So you got to have a certain level of love for yourself and priorities for your own wellness and well-being to do it. But that's something I tell people all the time. But this situation, right? You say, well, then why does God didn't do this, right? One, the individual, right, the queer person involved is a sex worker. Sex work, a lot of times in these types of spaces, show up in these very exploitive ways, right? DL men typically are going to go, if they are in a situation of sex work, those are the type of men that are customers. I'm not saying that all customers are DL, but a lot of them, they treat these situations as a voyeuristic experience. There's a fetish. They want to pay for it, or they want to be involved with people that are going to do what they do or do what they want for privacy. And a lot of these men oftentimes will go for out people because they know they're out. I said earlier, I think DL people should be with other DL people. But a lot of times the question goes, well, how would you know? I mean, maybe you have to go on dating apps and just meet people that, it's an interesting dynamic. How do you find these people? Oh, they find each other, quite frankly. They find each other on football teams, fraternities, dating apps. They find each other. But y'all need to find each other and stick with each other. Leave us out people alone. But you'll say, well, the out people won't leave them alone. Let me tell you something. Desirability is a very complicated thing in this community. In all communities, I would say, right? But in queer communities, especially Black queer communities, especially when these situations happen, I find that desirability plays a role. If you're out and you're in out spaces, some people have a hard time getting the sense of attraction from other out people in the community. They find a hard time, finding love. If it's not forbidden, if it doesn't feel secretive. They feel uncomfortable with themselves, their body image, their self-esteem, that they may not necessarily want to go out in those spaces and find, out love. And so if some man slips in their DMs and validates them or their appearance in a certain way, that will probably mean more to them because they still feeling desired. They may not feel that in an out space. They may not feel that in that way. And so a lot of times if a man that's on the low take that shot at them in that way, that is what entices them. And so I cannot ignore the role that desirability plays into this. When I think about when I was younger, I wouldn't say I had a problem with getting men that were out or not out, but I will say that the type of men that I was attracted to when I was younger that were out were not interested in me at the time. But the ones that were closeted, that were my type, typically did talk to me, and they were in the closet. I'll say, I'm saying this very classy for a reason. Let me just put it that way. So I'm going to say something very politically incorrect, but I'm going to make this make sense. So, okay, Michael Sam, right? Stocky, buff guy, whatever, Black NFL player, right? Okay, he's out. Good looking guy. But Michael Sam was not looking at Black me. Michael Sam was going for white twinks. A lot of those men were. But let's say there is an NFL player that was Black, that kind of looked like Michael Sam, attractive. He was looking at me. He wasn't out though. So you like, well, damn. The ones I want don't want me because they chasing Peter Pan. But the ones that I really do am attracted to, that I like, they are in the closet. but they're wanting me. So there's a dichotomy here, right? There's a challenge here because now, okay, we're talking about safety, but then what about desirability? Are you attracting what you want to attract? And that was what became the challenge, right? What I've learned is that the older I got, which once I graduated, from college, and I had met Mr. Johnson at that point, but even just being, being even taken, I recognized that when I would go out, the type of out men that didn't know I was married, or before I was married, didn't know I was off the market, that will holler at me. I was like, wow, there's more men out here, but I had to get more out in the world. And so I think there's so many young people that are sheltered, so many folks that are like closed off, that are not necessarily going out and expanding where they're traveling, their networks, that it will be tempting to talk to a DL man if you're not really branching out and going out more and opening. Because there's a lot of space now. There's a lot more queer affirming spaces, employment resource groups, networks. There's a lot more gay stuff out now than 15 years ago in 2010 when I first came to Philly. I mean, we had the Gayborhood, but now, I mean, it's so many options out now, and opportunities to network and meet people, and there's some fishing to see now for the girls. But back then, it was harder. It felt harder, and I think that's why in 2025, when I think about this individual who out this DL man, I want to tell this person so bad, listen, what you did was fucked up. But I'm not about to condemn you and act like you're the worst person in the world. It was not good what you did. And in many ways, what you did is perpetuate more shame in a way that it shouldn't be. That man was attracted to you. If you wasn't attracted to him, okay, move on. But now what you've done is just reinforce why people don't come out. And also what it tells us is that the fact that people can weaponize someone's sexuality in 2025 to out them, that tells us that there's still stigma. Because to be honest, there shouldn't be any level of shame or any level of real scandal if we are accepting of people. The only way that it could be scandal around outing people that would be interesting to me, barely though, is if this person was a very loud and public homophobe. Or if the person was a very, they was married to a woman, they lived their life as a straight person, they got caught having an affair. That would be spicy to me, not so much over the sexual orientation, but over just the mere, like, oh my God, someone cheating on somebody, scandal. Them cheating on the person with a man or a woman, scandal, I guess you can add some points to the scandal. But to me, that would be the scandal, right? Like if Joe, I don't want to say Joe Biden, he's going through a lot. But like, let's say that Kamala cheated on Doug. That would be spicy just because Kamala cheated on Doug. If Kamala cheated on Doug with another woman, oh shit, right? But it would still be the scandal isn't the sexual orientation, it's the actual act. And I think that's the problem, is that it's like, okay, you're exposing this rapper for what? You're literally weaponizing his sexual orientation. Did he have a girlfriend? Because if he would have had a girlfriend and he was in your DMs, okay, that's scandalous because, you cheating on this girl. You wasting this girl's time. And here's the thing, whether it's with a woman or a man, it would have been scandalous because you know how people do. When you cheating on this, we see this all the time. If these rappers, Summer Walker, she can't keep a man, whatever. Dudes be cheating, they be whatever. We love a good love triangle, whether it's gay or straight or in between. So the fact that in this situation, this is not that. This man just been in your DM telling you look good. What's the scandal here? Oh, was the scandal supposed to be because you're a guy? We were supposed to care? So shocker, rapper is in the DMs of another guy. Ooh. that's a problem to me because you're literally making the sexual orientation the headline. That's the scandal. Yeah, that's a problem. Because my sexual orientation is not a scandal on default. Who I am is not a scandal on default. Like, being gay is not a scandal. And the fact that there are people in our community that is still weaponizing their own sexuality in that way, what does that say about your self-esteem and your confidence and how you feel about yourself? See, that's the other angle. This is a very nuanced conversation. And only a podcast like this will spend this much time to unpack this in a way that you all can learn, because we're not having these conversations enough in public. We're not having them on social media. We're not having them, enough to be able to process. We see a couple of bullet points and then we go home and we go, okay, but I want y'all to really unpack all of that complication. Because there's a lot that was said. There's a lot that I just said. And I think a lot of people need to go to bed and unpack that, because it is so many levels to why these situations are problematic. And as a queer person myself, when these things happen, I'm frustrated on so many different cylinders. I'm frustrated at the fake ass straight people that's going to act like they're allies and accomplices and shit, bullshit. I'm going to be upset at the fact that there's going to be a bunch of straight people who are going to think they're entitled to have an opinion on this and say all kind of ignorant, crazy shit. I'm going to get tired of the innocent gay folks that are going to be collateral damage behind this shit. I'm going to be annoyed at the DL dude who is going to double down on his bigotry because he feels like he has to protect himself, even though, I will say that Boss Man D-Lo didn't do that. He just kind of ignored it. He did one IG story, then just dismissed the situation and moved on, which is admirable because sometimes this can lead to people really acting out. We don't know what he's going through, but to see people in his DMs and his stuff on social clowning him, making jokes about him, that must be harmful. It must hurt, But also at the same time, you want to tell guys like that, you might want to be a little bit more mindful out there. If you're going to be on DL, which is your choice, you need to be a little bit more selective about who you reach out to, though. Because it ain't necessarily up to straight people, or not straight people, it's not the responsibility of out people per se to keep your secret if you feel like it's a secret. And you can't force a person who is out and is living their life and being free to carry your burden and your emotional weight and that trauma, right? Because you got some shit you allegedly, right, have to deal with. And so if that's what you got to deal with, you got to figure out how to deal with that with people that are actually open to that. Because I dealt with that in the past with dudes who I dealt with. Like, I'm like, that's not my life. And that's not how I live. And when I started thinking about it, I was like, then why am I involved? That's right. I shouldn't be involved. Because what I want and what this person wants is two different things. And I said this on my podcast a couple of weeks ago. I said there's some people that are in community and there's some people that got their dick in community. And you got to figure out which person you dealing with. There's some people that's fucking the community and there's some people that is invested in the community. And I know some people that talk all day about how they're not gay, they're not this, they don't like the word queer, that. Okay, cool. But you know what? Get the fuck out the way of folks in this community that's trying to do more than just fuck. And we got to say that to some people. They like, I don't feel comfortable. You know why you don't feel comfortable? Because you're not actually trying to be in community. You just want to have sex. You just want to get drunk. You are not comfortable with your sexuality and who you are in this space to be more than that. You could be a mentor. You could be a hero. You could be accomplished. You could be a lot of more things than just a fuck toy. But if that's what you choose, that's your prerogative. But don't get mad when there's people in this space that is trying to push an agenda, that is trying to advocate for people. Don't be mad when folks walk in, they see you in that room, and they look at you like, move him around. And you say, oh, I don't feel like I'm in community. I feel like an outsider. Well, if the only way you showing up in the community is through sexual means, yeah, that's not a good look. That's not a good look. And so we as a community got to stop letting everybody in. Everybody can't get a pass to the cookout. Everybody coming in, you can't let everybody into the cookout. You can't give everybody a pass to the parade. Not everybody gets a parade pass. Yeah, we gotta put boundaries up, because some people will feel like they're entitled to space based on that. Okay, for you, it's simply attraction. It's simply a fetish. It's simply sexual. Well, you go do that. But don't come in here taking up space when you're not out here trying to provide space. See what I'm saying? If you're just here for a good time to drink and party, but when the community's going through it, you ain't putting up nothing for trans visibility. You're not putting nothing up about pride. You're not talking about nothing about policy changes. You're not standing up against homophobia in these spaces. You're not checking people in your fraternity around bans. You're not telling other folks this is not okay. If you're not going to do all that, then miss me. And I think that's the problem that I think a lot of people do have with DL dudes, is that for some of you all, it's just sex. And if that's just what it is for you, then go do that somewhere else. But there's too much going on in our community for that. And that goes for all types of communities. People that got fetishes over black men, you know, all that. Oh, I want a tall, dark, handsome man. All that fetish that y'all do. And then when these issues happen, no one's speaking out against this racial injustice. All these people that love big black cock, as y'all saying, these social media posts. You don't seem to show that love in these policies. You don't speak out against, injustice, So we gotta recognize when we're talking about freedom and we're talking about fetish. And that's all my thoughts on that, for sure. So, this week in movies, Lilo and Stitch. I saw Lilo and Stitch, the live action version, about 2 weeks before it came out. And I forgot to review it because I was so caught up in Sinners. And it was just a moment, right? Sinners had an era. And it's actually coming out, available for digital, first week of June. Yeah, so I don't know if it's still going to be in theaters. It might be, but there is going to be streaming opportunity. I think they're going to have a digital release or something. So you could watch it in the comfort of your own home, which is interesting enough. I mean, it's had a good run at the theaters, but now, people are ready for, it's time for y'all. They want y'all money. And this week, I mean, Lilo and Stitch, first of all, a lot of y'all have seen it. $183 million at the box office for Memorial Day weekend. And Mission Impossible came in with $77 million. Y'all can say what y'all want about Tom Cruise. We all have a problematic fave. Okay? We all have a problematic fave. But, y'all, listen. Tom Cruise is just Tom Cruise. I know he's got his problems, but y'all got y'all little problematic faves. Okay? Tom Cruise, he's a little weird, but he's Tom Cruise. So Mission Impossible came in with $77 million domestic. Lilo and Stitch came in smashing all expectations with $183 million at the box office. And I told on Instagram, I kept telling people, I said, this new Lilo and Stitch is fire. It's fire. Okay? And I told people, this is a sleeper hit. Y'all not paying attention because, see, I knew it. People was like, oh, these live action films. You know what's crazy? They did so much live action marketing for Snow White. Lilo and Stitch didn't get none of that marketing. And they actually tried to play Lilo and Stitch because the budget for Lilo and Stitch was $100 million. That's all they spent on it. And they did not even want to put it in theaters. They were trying to put it on Disney Plus. And somebody smart at Disney was like, no, let's put this in the theaters. And it made $183 million the first opening weekend. I love it. I've been telling people all day, that is probably the best live action Disney film they've done. Okay, they've done a lot of remakes at this point, but I feel like this has been the best one. Um, the number one, I mean, I battle. Okay, let me back up. Well, I'm gonna give it. This is gonna be number one, but number two is definitely Maleficent. I felt like the live action version of Sleeping Beauty through Maleficent, that was the best live action because of just Angelina Jolie playing Maleficent was the best casting decision Disney has made in years. Another one that I like was Cruella. I thought the Cruella remake was really good. I like the 101 Dalmatians live action remake too, but this Lilo and Stitch, just I don't know. This was just great. I just really enjoyed it, and it is worth watching for sure. But yeah, Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible, both of them did their big ones. And a lot of people, thought that, oh, this wasn't going to be good. Lilo and Stitch wasn't going to come with the fire. They did their big one, y'all. I mean, the amount of money they made, this is the biggest Memorial Day opener of all time that's not adjusted for inflation. There's also another irony though, right? Is that Minority Report barely beat the original Lilo and Stitch when they opened opposite of each other in June of 2022. And that was the Minority Report, because Lilo and Stitch came out in 2002, the original Lilo and Stitch, and it came in number 2 at the box office. But now Lilo zoomed to the second biggest gross of all time for any 4-day holiday weekend, behind, of course, Black Panther. And of course, the third biggest debut ever for a live action Disney title, which is behind Beauty and the Beast and The Lion King, not adjusted for inflation. So, the biggest grossing live action films for Disney has been Beauty and the Beast and Lion King. I like the Beauty and the Beast live action. Lion King, I have struggled with it. I enjoy the story, but but I don't think people thought Lilo and Stitch was going to do this good. I think Disney has put a lot of money behind movies like Aladdin, Little Mermaid, but they didn't. I'll tell you why I knew Lilo and Stitch was popping. Because Lilo and Stitch built a brand for the past 20 years beyond just the IP, the intellectual property. The IP of Lilo and Stitch has been massive. One, because it was one of the last 2D animated Disney films, but also the Stitch branding of Stitch. There's been so many Disney sequels. There was a Disney Channel cartoon show. There was a bunch of made to DVD sequels. There was a lot of merchandising that Disney did with Disney World. All of this stuff that my younger brother, who is 15, he's the youngest, the baby brother, he knows who Lilo and Stitch is. He was born in 2010, but he grew up with Lilo and Stitch just off of the Disney Channel, all of that. And so for there to be a live action version, which he got to see, yeah, there was an interest there because people had already grown up on it. A new generation have grown up on it in a way that it didn't feel different. And it was fairly newish. It was new enough that people could appreciate, but it wasn't too old, right? And so whereas, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs came out in the 1930s, yeah, it's popular, but it wasn't hot enough, right? It just felt like, I think we have fairy tale fatigue. I think people are over fairy tales right now. I think people are tired of fairy tales. There's been so many Cinderella remakes. There's been so many Sleeping Beauty. There's a lot of those I think we got fairy tale fatigue, right? But a movie like Lilo and Stitch, how do you make sense of that? People said, oh, everybody's over the Disney remakes. Clearly the fuck they're not. I think what they want is remakes that are not rooted in super fairy tale-esque stuff. I feel like the Disney movies that have come out in the past, in the Disney Renaissance, they are so iconic that you don't want to ruin them. But you couldn't ruin Lilo and Stitch. Like Lilo and Stitch wasn't. Nobody was married to Lilo and Stitch in a way that they were okay with the idea of doing that remake, which is what I think works. The animation was good. Seeing Stitch in a live action version did not feel too far fetched, and Lilo was so adorable. The young lady who plays Lilo is so cute. Like all of it just worked. I don't know. People slept on it, but I knew that was gonna be a hit, and it is. I was right. What do I know? So yeah, that's happening. Yeah, the movie scene this year has just been really good. For sure. Music has been kind of quiet. Mariah Carey just released the 20th anniversary of the Emancipation of Mimi. I saw some video clips and some performances on YouTube. I enjoyed that album. It's a great comeback album, and we love Mariah. But right now we're waiting for that song of the summer. What's gonna be the song of the summer? What's going to be the song of the summer? I mean, too many people are entertaining Morgan Wallen, which I'm not doing. Cowboy Carter tour. It's that time. She's doing her summer tour. People still love that song Luther by Kendrick Lamar, apparently. Y'all still listening to songs from last year. Die with the Smile is number 3 on the Hot 100 on the Billboard charts. Shabuzi is still in the top 5 of the Billboard Hot 100, and that came out a year ago. So it just seems like y'all still in 2020. We not into the current year right now. I mean, are y'all into Lorde? Is people listening to Lorde? Is anybody listening to Lorde's new music? Not much. No. Okay, I tried. Drake is in the top 5. He's not fully canceled. That Nokia song. Some of y'all like that. He's not number 1. Clearly, Kendrick's number 1. I guess. I guess that's what I'll say. But yeah, music is just kind of in this weird, next week, Miley Cyrus is coming out, Miley Cyrus is dropping something next week. So there might be an opportunity to see what that new album's giving. Don't sleep on Miley Cyrus. She's been doing pretty well these past couple years. So I do like some Miley Cyrus, for sure. So I'll give her credit for that. We'll see what this new album's giving. But yeah, music is pretty much taking a chill pill for sure. As far as TV goes, I'm going to give y'all the best of TV and the worst of TV real quick. The best of TV right now is, first of all, Noah's Ark is about to drop a movie. There's about to be a Noah's Ark TV movie. I know y'all been watching forever. I've told y'all good things about that. People are finally watching forever, which I'm happy about. It's about to have a second season, so pipe up and get ready for that. But I'm excited about Noah's Ark. For those who don't know what Noah's Ark is, it's a popular show ahead of its time. It's a great show. And it's called Noah's Ark, not Ark, but Ark with the A-R-C. I love that. It came out 20 years ago. And now there's going to be a movie that's dropping in June called Noah's Ark, the movie. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful film. And I can't wait. I cannot wait. This show came out 20 years ago on a show called Logo, a channel called Logo TV. And the creator was Patrick Ian Polk, who's done a lot of great projects and great work. But this was before its time. And it was 4 queer friends that were before the Lib Brothers. There was Noah's Ark and his crew, right? And now, 20 years later, there's a show. But it's such important. When this show came out, I was 14 when Noah's Ark came out. And I remember watching it, Logo, I didn't have that fancy cable. That was really fancy cable. But I used to sneak and watch it. And I used to watch it and talk about it with my friend at the time, my friends. And we used to watch it and talk about it. It was Queer as Folk. It was a lot of these shows on cable, but we couldn't, we were not out. And we were young and we were in high school. And it was just this show was everything. Because for me, watching that show, I was seeing a black gay man have other black gay friends. They were out, they were fun, they were different shades, they were different sizes. They were in love, they were dating. And I was like, there was a whole universe of black gay people that were able to be successful and have jobs and have fun and live their life. And it was safe. And I was just like, that's a possibility. And so, at the time, everybody was like, they lived in LA. And I was like, do I got to move to LA to have this experience? For me, LA I felt like it may be too wild. But I saw a possibility. And I said, I may not be able to do it in Houston. Could I do this in Philly? And that's how I decided to go to Penn, actually. I wouldn't say Noah's Ark inspired me to go to Penn or go to Philly, but just the idea of I want to go to a major city that, was inclusive and accepting, and Philly felt like that for me. And just seeing them have the fun they had and the experiences. Noah's Ark was just so ahead of its time. And to be honest, there's still not shows like Noah's Ark out. I would love to see a show with 4 black gay men navigating life, being in the city, doing them. I don't know a show like that out right now. 20 years later. This was the black gay response to Sex and the City. This was the show. It lasted for 2 seasons. But let me tell you something. That show, let me tell you something. It was everything. It was everything. I remember they did all types of the wedding when he got married, when Noah got married. It was just such a good show. I can't even begin to talk about it. But the fact that there's a movie now with the cast and everything, I'm excited to see. I'm excited for this movie. It's crazy because it's been so many years that have passed, and they're even coming out with a movie. We have a movie now. The fact that these actors can now do this movie, and I'm excited. 20 years of Noah's Ark, just great. So I'm excited about that. Another interest, but what I'm not excited about, and I try my hardest not to talk about it, but I must talk about it. Baddies. So baddies have been in Africa. It has been 3 episodes at this point. I don't know why they brought it to Africa. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. I know that we cannot put the humanity of black people on reality TV. We cannot justify the degradation. I'm not that person. I don't do the whole, that's why they, I'm not going to do that. Because that is not why, okay? Baddies Africa is not why white people are being racist to black people, okay? We got to stop acting like we're the reason for our own subjugation. It's not. And that's not the reason why the show should not exist either, because it's not about the white gaze for me. And I mean gaze as in Gaze, right? It's not what white people view us and how they view us that show shouldn't exist. This show shouldn't exist because it purposely seeks to degrade. The premise of the show. I was watching some recaps of Love and Hip Hop Hollywood and whatnot. And people, I was watching Love and Hip Hop Hollywood. I was watching Atlanta. I was watching some compilation videos, as I always do on my weekends. And, what I will say is about Love and Hip Hop, right? Is that for those who just don't like, heaven forbids violent TV, but y'all sit up and y'all watch all these violent ass movies. And y'all watch all these fight videos on social media, and you send it to people's DMs. Shut up with your they're fighting on TV. Shut up, because you watch a fight all the time. If you don't support that kind of violence, don't support football. Don't support players getting CTE and concussions on their head. Don't watch wrestling then. Shut up. Everybody watches violent TV. I don't want to hear that shit. And if you don't, and you're one of the people, kudos to you. It's not that for me. It's not that, because everybody watches violent TV. I think what annoys me about baddies and why it's just bad TV is because there's no actual plot. It's no plot. There's no actual plot. When I watch Love and Hip Hop, I love a storyline. I love a story. I love the idea that, okay, people argue and there's drama. And you can argue about reality TV and Love and Hip Hop, how they fight and things. But you know what's interesting was that the whole argument that Zeus used to make is, well, on reality TV, they get to finally fight on Zeus. Like, they'll actually get to fight. Versus on Love and Hip Hop, security will block the fights and things. And you know what? I'm okay with that because of the fact that I got to get a story. Like, there was investment in the people, right? Like you would watch these shows and the arguments would be as entertaining and sometimes more entertaining than fights, because if it just went to a fight, you didn't understand why the fight happened. See, humans, when they get into a fight, it's reality, right? The issue with baddies is that's not reality TV. It's not real to me. It's not entertaining to me because it's not real to me. So, okay, you put some people in a room and they just fight. That's not what people do in real life. People just don't fight. No, there's a buildup. There's an argument. There's tension. There's a reason. Okay, so this person has been lying on this person this entire season. They get together at a table. She confronts this person about these things. This person doesn't agree. This person lies in their face. And at a certain point, she's pissed off. And now they begin to go to blows. There's a build up. And I think what we have forgotten is that, okay, when you're trying to say Love and Hip Hop is just a bunch of people fighting, that's actually not true. That's actually not true. These are people that are living their lives. They're navigating conflicts. There's tension. There's arguments. There's separations. There's betrayal. And then there's fighting in the midst of that. But it's not just fighting every 30 seconds. The reason why baddies just do not work for me at this point, why I'm over it, is because they're not actually talking. We don't really know why people are really upset. We don't really know the backstory. And because of that, it doesn't make good TV. Because they're just fighting. And at a certain point, the fighting gets played out because you're just like, okay, you're watching fighting and there's no resolution. There's no real explanation for it. They just come on to fight each other and they miss the whole point of what made reality TV interesting TV, because you had an investment in people you did not know. You were in strangers' business. And then on top of that, you will see consequences for it. There's no build up to that. There's no consequences. I don't believe these characters. I don't have an investment in why Dolly wants to fight this girl and why these people, I don't see a value point. And so because of that, the show just becomes trash. And also it becomes not interesting because I don't have investment. You might have noticed that over the past several weeks this season, you're like, oh, normally do a baddies recap. I'm personally not invested in it because there's no plot. And that is what annoys me. There's no plot. Where's the plot? Where's the investment in it? That's what annoys me. And I think that's why I have been less interested in these types of storylines, because I don't see that build up enough. I don't see that build up enough in the stories and the characters and whatnot. That's what makes it harder for me to invest in those characters. So I don't. So that's my storyline. That's my plot. For lack of better words. That's my my struggle with that show, because I don't see a build up in character development. They're not developing these characters enough for me. And I'm a TV critic by nature, right? So, I watch all types of TV and I can find value in it, right? But right now, what I'm seeing with some of this reality TV is you all have missed the reason why people were invested. There was a reason why people used to love and Hip Hop Atlanta, and why people don't, or Real Housewives of Atlanta, right? Because you can remember things about the show other than fights. Some of my favorite things I remember, I love about, and that's why I still watch Love and Hip Hop, because there's a lot of, it's one of the few reality show franchises that still develops these characters, right? They still invest in storylines and plots and twists. Everything isn't just a fight. There's not that much fighting, and I appreciate it because it's like, yeah, I like a good argument, a good fight every blue moon, but I also can appreciate what leads up to the fight. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why Erica and Bambi had that fight. Because there was so much tension. Lies about children and families. Oh, you can't bring the children in it, right? There's a buildup there. But when I watch Baddies, I don't know any of these girls. Okay, you get to the bag, whatever that means. You decided that you wanted to fight this person, and then you jumped in the fight. So now you want to get your lick back. How many rounds of fights does it take before you finally get your lick back? At some point, you got to put your hands up and go, you know what? It's over. But they don't do that on Baddies. Everybody wants to, they say, welcome to Baddies, everybody whooping everybody. Well, at some point, somebody has to not whoop somebody. I don't know. It's just not doing it for me. And the fact that they do it, they taking it to Africa, is just more annoying because there was one situation where they had tribal dancers that was doing the tribal ritual performances in one particular country. And I was like, but would this be a nice time for the girls to get cultured, to get familiar with this and just have a good time? And while these individual performers are dancing and doing the drums and doing all this, they decide to fight. And I'm just like, ugh. You can't take these brides anywhere. It's just, what are we doing here? So, yeah, that's how I feel about Baddies right now. I'm just so disappointed. There's no plot development. There's no growth. It's just fighting. And if you like a good fight, go look at the fight. But that's about it. That's all Baddies is doing. There's no investment in the characters. There's no development. It's just girls fighting. The end. That's all it is. So as for me, this week is coming up. There's a lot to do. We're going to get ready. We're coming into Pride Month, which I'm excited about. We're coming into Roots Picnic, which I'll be at Roots Picnic. Surprise, surprise, I'll be at Roots Picnic. Roots Picnic is going to be interesting. So this time around, D'Angelo's not performing. Maxwell's replacing him. D'Angelo had a surgery that took place, and that delayed his ability to perform, so he can't perform. So Maxwell's replacing him. There's going to be Miguel. There's going to be Meek Mill. Lotto, I believe. A couple other artists. But we'll be there. Lit Brothers will be at the Roots Picnic. So if you see us, be normal. Be nice. And we'll be there. We'll be there. I'm looking forward to the show. I mean, I don't know what the weather's giving. It's always up and down all around. I'm trying to have a cute little fit. But I don't even know if I can wear my cute fit if the weather's too wild. Like, I just, it's up and down with this weather, But I do got my Smedium. I'm dropping my Smedium, my new Smedium bag from Telfar. I cannot wait to wear it. I got me a silver one, so I'm going to drop my little silver Smedium bag. Because that size do fit. It's not, I think it's certain bag sizes, but I think the Smedium fits that, that size requirement. So, definitely a fan of that. But yeah, I'm getting excited for the pre-summer vibes. And I know this has been a long episode for sure, but I just want to give y'all a Memorial Day special, since I know a lot of y'all will be at cookouts or be at home chilling and relaxing. You might want something to do before you go to work. So, take advantage. And as always, be well and be best. Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.